Hello, welcome, everybody. How's it going? And are you ready? Are you ready? I think I'm ready. I've spent all afternoon getting ready, so I think I'm just about ready. So, just a quick hello. It looks like Peter's in the house. Peter's in the chat. How you doing, Peter? And it looks like there is 7 other people watching. So, welcome, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for tuning in. So, tonight we've got an epic. I've got my work cut out for me to try and be finished before midnight, basically, is what's happening. We have got some epic rehousing, and quickly to show you, guess where they're from? That's right. Dave. It's Dave. Dave's Little Beasties. Awesome Dave Fisher. Everyone who knows anything about tarantulas knows our Dave. I got picked up a whole bunch of awesome slings, and I've got some young slings and some grown-on slings. So we've got some Chilabrachies Desolat. They're the Vietnam blue. I think they're about 2 to 3 centimeters, so slightly grown on slings. Avicularia. They are the iguana pink toe. I've got about 20 of those slings to pot up, and I've also got the Flamingocola species Sabah blue. I've got 6 of those bad boys. They are a nice little size, I think. So, whoa, and here we are. It's the man himself. The man himself is in the house. Dave, my friend. How you doing, David? Thank you so much for tuning in. What a coup for my little channel. It's Dave. Dave's in the house. Everybody say hello to Dave. I don't know whether he's going to come on board. I don't know whether he's going to come for a chat later, basically. So we'll see what happens. He'll probably not be around for very long. I don't know. But if you've got any questions for Dave, get on him now. No, honestly, Dave's chilling out tonight. Don't hassle him too much. He's putting his feet up. I know he's having his place. The whole place is being recarpeted. He was telling me today. So he's hiding out in a little box room somewhere, hiding out, chilling out with us. So thank you so much, Dave, for tuning in. Let's see who else is in the house. I've just said a quick hello to a few people. I've said hello to Peter. I've said hello to Claire. Gav's in the house. In fact, speaking of Gav, my right-hand man, here he is.
Yep.
How you going, dude?
Not bad. Yourself?
Yeah, good, thanks. Good. So, for those of you who don't know, this is Gav, Impossible Inverts. He's my right-hand man. He's my moderator for tonight. He's going to try and keep me connected to you guys, because obviously I'm going to be quite busy.
Yeah.
As I said before, I've got 3 species, all from the amazing Dave from Dave's Little Beasties. You all know who Dave is. Everyone's probably had something to do with Dave, even if it's just watching his amazing care videos, rehousing videos, information videos, documentary videos. We saw that awesome video just recently, Dave, about the males and their behaviors. Sperm sacs. Oh, man, it was just absolutely amazing. You'll be working for the BBC next, my friend. Anyway, that's our Dave. We're going to talk a little bit more about Dave later on, whether he's here or not. We will be bigging Dave up because, let's face it, is there anyone better? Is there anyone bigger, better? I don't know. There probably is, but, Dave's right up there, right up there with the best of them. So, there you go. You can see his little thing. We'll just say it's Dave's Little Beasties. If you do not know who Dave is, where have you been? You've probably been living under a rock somewhere. Basically, Dave is the man to watch if you are new, intermediate, or experienced when it comes to keeping tarantulas and other spiders. Dave's Little Beasties is your man. Get over there. YouTube channel. He does have a Facebook page where you can message him. He breeds. He's got so much on offer. That's why I'm here tonight, rehousing a bunch of slings that I got from Dave. So, like I said before, I've got quite a few. So I think I might just have to think about cracking on. Basically, I've spent all afternoon. I wouldn't normally. I've got 40. I think I've got 47 slings to rehouse tonight. So I'm going to crack on in a minute and get going. But I've spent
Just
all
a
afternoon
couple.
getting these pots ready. You all right, dude?
Just a couple.
Just a couple. Yeah, we're going to dive straight in. We're going to start off with the Vietnam Blue. So if anyone's got any questions while Dave's here, I'm sure he won't mind answering the odd question. Gav's here to take a few questions. I know I said come and say hello, Dave, and all that, and we don't want to hassle Dave too much. He's supposed to be relaxing. But I'm going to crack on. I'm going to start off with the Chilobrachys dicolicus. I think I said that right. Dicolicus. It's the Vietnam Blue, anyway.
Discless.
Yeah, there you go. This is a old world tarantula. Now, there is a little... I would say it's a fossorial. I was watching one of Dave's videos when I was doing a little bit of research. He was on the fence about whether or not it was fossorial, a burrower, so to speak, but also, semi-fossorial, I think is what Dave described it as. Yeah. I'm not going to argue with Dave. I'm going to go with that. So basically what I have done, I'm going to just switcheroo this. So you can see I've got a whole bunch of these set up. I went with the 16-ounce deli containers, Dave, and what I've done is I've just over half filled the pot. So if they want to burrow, which they probably will do, I was going to fill them up a little bit more, but when I saw your video, you suggested that they were semi-fossorial. So, and the amount of webbing...
I'm going to say they'll do some lovely webbing in that.
Yeah, the amount of webbing that was in that video that Dave did, it made me rethink, because I was gonna like 3/4 fill these pots up, because I've got Chilobrachys, other species, and they do burrow, they do, and I nearly filled the pot up, and they basically the electric blue, basically they just like, I nearly filled the pot up and they just like burrowed it right out, went down, burrowed it right out. So, but when I saw Dave's with all that webbing, and he'd only got about a third to a half full of substrate, I thought I'm just going to do that. So that's what I've done. I hope that's all right. Anyway,
you see, the thing, if you set them up semi-fossorial, you see them a lot more as well.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what Dave was saying. He was saying basically, if you give them, if I fill that with soil, with substrate, they are just going to be happy enough to just burrow and dig it out, but then I'll probably hardly ever see them. And
well, that's what my adult females have done.
Yeah,
they've just gone straight down. But because I need to rehouse them after, because obviously the other one's dropped to sack now as well. But once it's finished, I want to rehouse them into a bigger setup.
Yeah,
like one of the actual exos. But I think I'll set them up semi.
Yeah,
just to take advantage of webbing.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I've done here. I mean, to be honest, I've set this up, and I didn't realise I didn't have enough cork bark. So half of these, all the Avics and the Sabah Blue have all got cork bark. Don't panic, Dave. I've done it. But half of these, I ran out of cork bark, and half of these, so I've provided a nice big leaf, and also a little bit of that. So that's basically how it's going to go with these bad boys. I'm just going to pull out a little bit. Oh, no, out's not in. There we go. There we go. Right, I'm just going to crack on. So, yeah. So if you've just joining in, thank you so much for tuning in. I am going to crack on now because I've got 47 slings to pot up. I'm starting off with the Chilobrachys dicolicus species, the Vietnam Blue. Again, just to reiterate, I got these from Dave's Little Beasties. Dave, he's probably good. He might pop in and out throughout the night. He was in a minute ago. I don't know whether he's going to be here for long or he might keep popping in. It's like I said to Dave earlier, I'm probably going to be here all night. So, right. So if anybody wants to chat, ask any questions, you can do. So I don't profess to be an expert, but I have done my research, as any good keeper should do. So here we go. So just going to crack on. So you've got Dave, man. Dave's here, but he missed it. Basically, Dave, you missed up all the part where I was singing your praises and putting you up on that big pedestal and talking about how amazing you were. and how you are obviously one of the top guys in the tarantula hobby worldwide, I might add. I've been bigging you up, man, and you missed it all. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm probably going to sing your praises a bit more. I've basically just been talking about how I'm setting these guys up. That's all. Well, I was talking about. We've got a molt there. Let's hope this guy's all right. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. I was talking about. Hang on, I need to get the right.
These usually molt inside the web tube anyway. So
look at that. That's a nice size. So that one's malted, and it looks perfectly fine. So because it's malted, I'm not gonna mess with that one. I'm actually just gonna leave that one there. I mean, it'll probably be all right. Just give him a little. Oh, lovely. There we go. There we go. It's hidden. Yeah, basically, Dave, if you're there now, I've just been talking about how I'm setting these guys up. So these are the Vietnam Blues, and I've just been saying that even though they're a fossorial, I was watching one of your videos just recently. Well, today actually, when I was doing a little bit of my research, and yes, they're fossorial. But if you fill it up with substrates, they will obviously be okay. They'll just burrow down. But it's like me and Gav was saying, they'll probably never. You'll probably never see them. And I noticed also in that video that you did, that rehousing video, you basically only half filled it with substrate, and then the rest of it was just a massive amount of webbing, which was actually quite amazing. As we know, these Scyllobrachys they are good webbers. So there we go. Beautiful. There he is, look. There we go. It's a nice one.
Evening, Greg.
Greg's in the house. How you doing, Greg?
Evening, Jeremy.
Greg's in the house. Jeremy's in the house. How you doing, Jeremy? Just shooting the breeze with Dave. How about that? Shooting the breeze with old Dave. I'm going to see if I can get a little close-up of this bad boy, so bear with me. I've got the critter cam sorted. Let's have a quick look, shall we? Now, this is why, Dave, these little rehousings take me all night, because we like to stop, we like to take stock, we like to get the old macro lens out, and we like to see what we can see. Let's see if we can get some nice footage. Hang on. Here we go. Here we go. Woo! Boom. Straight in there, look.
Yeah. So, but next couple of molts, you'll really start to see like the blue.
Yeah. So obviously this is. I mean, it's a good size. It's a good size now, but there's no colour coming through just yet. Look. Hi, Andy. How you doing, mate? Dave's in the house. Yep. Look at that, Dave. So there's no colour coming through just yet on these.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dave. Webbing is amazing with these.
There we go.
I think it is with most Scyllobrachys, though.
Yeah.
They do some good webbing.
There we go. Straight off the bat. Got some nice footage right there, guys. Where are you going? Okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay. There he is.
We got a runner.
Yeah, I got him. Just gonna get him back. Got him. Right. I'm just gonna crack on.
Yeah. No worries.
Well, we got some really nice footage there.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a bit hair raising. Luckily, he just ran to the side of the desk and stopped, which was quite good.
There you go. Peter's got fimbriatus.
Yeah, yeah, they
half
are
the
really nice as
container
well.
It's just solid web.
Yeah. Right. Let's just get these done now. We might get another. I might get another look at those. Let's get rid of the critter cam. Might get another look at those later on, just before we finish with those. But I really want to get the bulk of these rehoused now. This guy really don't want to move. Really is just anchored to the tissue. I might have to just leave him. So I don't want to stress him out.
Yeah, just put it. You better come back to it.
Yeah, he's all right. He's moving a little bit.
He'll be off at tissue.
Yeah, he's moving a little bit. It's fine. He is.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, he is edging forward. So I'm just going to crack on with some of these guys now. Get through these. I'll do the little bit. Yeah, Dave says they'll give GBB a run for their money. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Yeah. So yeah, saying Dave, I don't know whether you caught what we were saying about setting them up so that you can actually try and encourage the webbing and obviously your chances of seeing them. I decided to follow your lead with that and basically just set them up with about half of the container with substrate, and then that gives them the opportunity to web the rest of it up, and also maybe get to see them a little bit more. So did you sort all yours out then today, Gav? This
last night.
Yeah.
It didn't go too bad neither. But I'd seen Craig from Couch Locked Arachnophobe.
Oh yeah.
On one of Jaden's streams, and when he would rehouse, I think it might have been Cambridge Eye. They've just put some water in bottom of a bigger container and then sat them in middle so that it'd be like a moat round it.
Yeah, yeah.
But it slows the spiders, obviously, because they're so small, don't break surface tension.
Yeah.
So they just skid across the top of water, but it slows them down. So it stops them from all just running off.
Yeah.
So I went with that idea.
Yeah,
and
that's
it
a good
went
idea.
smoothly.
So far, so good. So, if Dave, if you're still there, what do you? Because I was umming and ahhing whether to put a water dish in with these slings, but I wasn't sure. Do you put water dishes in with your young slings, Gav? I mean, these are a little bit bigger than you know. I mean, you've seen the size of these. These are about.
Yeah, it all depends on species.
These are a good 3 to 4 centimeters. So.
See,
I mean, I saw a couple of care videos on these, and a lot were saying that they like quite good humidity. You know, we're talking like 60 to 80% humidity,
which is where they get most of their moisture from.
Yeah.
See, like if it were, say, like a brachypelma, for instance, those slings, I'll put water dishes in with them because obviously they like it dry.
Yeah.
So there's no way of me just spraying down the substrate.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, what I've done with these is what I do with all slings when I first set them up. I put water in the bottom, then I just put the substrate over the top to so the moisture just rises up through the substrate, but you still get that top layer of dry.
You see, slings they'll drink from the water droplets.
Yeah, well, exactly.
As you get like older, more mature tarantulas, they do need the water dish to physically drink from.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I definitely. I mean, I was just curious. I know it's species specific, so I was just curious as to what Dave might do at this size. These this size slings, whether or not he would start adding a small water dish or just continue to just like dribble a little bit of water, you know, let it drink from the water droplets. Dave was talking about the substrate as long as it feels secure. Yeah, well, I think I've created an okay situation with most of these. Obviously, I would normally add cork. Most of these are going to have cork bark. It's just a few of these I've had to add a leaf instead just because I didn't have enough cork bark. But I think these will be fine with this. So, I mean, these can be quite quick. I'm a bit...
Yeah, they can.
Well, I say quite quick. They're obviously very quick.
Oh, that's another malted one, isn't it?
Yeah, get it out in a sec. This one seems a bit jumpy.
There you go. Put it up on screen.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what me and Gav were just talking about, Dave. My instinct has always been they don't need that water dish until they're a little bit older. I think I'm going to add a water dish to the Sabah Blues because they're a little bit bigger, I think. I don't know. I'm going to show Dave. Well, he knows what he sent me, so...
It should do, shouldn't it?
I'm going to do the Sabah Blues next because then we can pick Dave's brain a little bit about them. So, yeah, is Steph there, dude?
No, she's working again.
Okay. I was going to suggest maybe just making a little post telling people if they want to have a quick chat with Dave, he's here.
I can do that.
I don't want to overwhelm Dave. Dave's probably enjoying the nice little gathering we've got here, rather than if I'd have made a big song and dance about Dave being on my live, I'd have probably had like so many more people turning up.
Thing is, Dave likes
but I imagine
giving
Dave
you information.
Dave probably quite likes the fact that he can just chill out and not have to worry too much about too much God worshipping. So yeah, we're getting through these nicely. We had 2 malts so far, David. All been good so far. Yeah, these are a good size. These are, Dave. I'm liking these. Nice. Look at that beauty. Let's get a bit more light on it. There we go. Look, it's a nice size. These are, Dave. Amazing. I'm tempted to get the macro lens on, but these ones are a little bit flighty. I don't want another runner. So I think I might just leave it. We got some good footage earlier, though. I think I'm quite pleased with that. I think it is a production line, Kaylee. You should see me when I'm feeding thousands of mantis. It's definitely a production line at times. It's like I was saying, I often buy, when I'm stocking up, because basically what's happening is I'm starting to stock up now for the shows. Shows are coming. Well, some shows are already here, but my first show starts in March, Barnsley, Northern Invert Show. And because I sell a little bit of all sorts nowadays, I'm just starting to build
and a little bit of that, and a little bit of that.
Just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know. I'm just starting to fill the shelves up a little bit now, starting to slowly get the shelves going. So I'll all these that I bought from Dave, I will keep half a dozen or so for myself. The Avics, I'll keep half a dozen, maybe more. Sabah Blues, I'm keeping all those for myself. I'm definitely keeping those. I'm not selling those on. So yeah. Sorry, Dave. We've got a nice little. We're all right, dude. We're all right. Just the odd question, you know. It's we've got eight viewers so far. That includes you and Gav, obviously. So we're not too bad, man. We're not too bad. We're not too bad at all. Dave's here to relax, man. Putting his feet up after having carpenters in. So, yeah, I would say a couple now. I mean, I'm not sure exactly. You'll have to ask Dave. Maybe 3. There you go.
They kept them all communally until now.
Yeah. Well,
but I think he was saying that in one of his videos about with the slings. He'll usually just keep them all together until they're ready to go.
Yeah.
So to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you've got to, man, haven't you? You've got to.
Otherwise, you'd end up with thousands of pots, wouldn't you?
You just can't. Well, you just time, innit? It's time. Yeah. You haven't got time to. I mean, it's not too bad
when you've got a couple of species, but
yeah.
When you've got multiple.
I mean, you know, Dave probably breeds as many tarantulas as I do mantis, and I know what it's about. You know, when you're breeding 50, 60, 70 species at any one time, you know, which I was doing with mantis for years, and obviously Dave's doing with his tarantulas. So how many? I bet you don't know how many species you've got, do you, Dave? How many top of your head? I know you've been doing a lot of breeding this year, last year and this year. He's really been knocking them out. There's been so many pairing videos lately. So, but yeah, when you've got that many babies to deal with, you just can't. You've got to keep them communal. It's impossible. And also, you know, they're fine. Generally, they're fine kept communally.
Yeah.
I think, anyway.
They're more tolerant of each other out there at a young age.
Yeah. I think slings...
It's like people, really.
Well, yeah, maybe. Yeah, some of these are quite stubborn. So that one's that one really don't want to move. So I'm gonna leave that one there because I don't want to stress him out. I'll come back to that one. some of them are just really anchoring themselves to the tissue, you know. So I'm basically just gonna come back to a couple of those. There you go. Dave says fire away. If you've got any questions for Dave, he says fire away. So it's his own fault. No, man. If you've got any questions, I'll tell you what. I don't mind people asking general questions. That's fine. But if you've got any questions regarding any of the 3 species that I'm doing tonight, it would be quite nice to keep it specific to these. So we've got the Vietnam blue, we've got the Avic, and we've got the Sabah blue. If anybody's got any questions on those, they will get priority, because that's really what this rehousing video is about. We're here to learn about these 3 species. We're talking about these. We've been talking about how Dave keeps them together for a couple of molts, and I'm sure most people do as well. If you breed half as many species as what Dave does, you don't really have any other choice. But it's like we were saying, they're actually okay to do that. It's not like they're very cannibalistic at that stage. So, I mean, you might lose a few, obviously. It's inevitable.
Yeah,
really.
because you'll get the weaker ones, won't you? Which is what Claire asked. They still pick the weaker slings when they're kept together.
Yeah, I mean,
which obviously they will do.
I mean, you could argue from an evolutionary point of view, you could argue that it's actually not a bad thing.
No.
To weed out some of the weaker.
But not only that, if the weaker ones are to die within their cluster, then there's chance of spreading, germs amongst themselves. So they do it to clean up as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So yeah, this is my basic setup anyway, Dave. Obviously, because they're only slings, I didn't want to go too crazy. These 32-ounce delicate pots, they're nice. I like them because they've got some nice depth. You've got at least 4 to 5 inches depth, but also there's a lot of surface area. So the vented lid, even though it's only vented on the top, completely vented at the top, there's a lot of surface area. There's more circumference and diameter than there is depth. So I think that provides a really nice flow, a really nice airflow across the top. Which I think
as the airflow comes across, the cooler air is pulled in it, and then it forces the stale air back out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the beauty of it is as well, like you just say, they're pulling it. They're coming in from one side and pulling out from the other. See, there's a lot of circumference there, so you've got air coming in one side and coming out of the other. So there's a lot. It's very wide. That is. Yeah. Diameter is really big, and the dishes aren't that deep. So I think it works out quite well.
You've only got to look at mantis, nymphs. They're in them to start with.
Yeah,
and
well,
if
exactly.
Going to need a decent.
I am going to do some videos on the similar sort of thing. What I do with mantises, right from when they're born. I'm going to talk about what pots I put them in, how long I keep them in there, and why, and then slowly talk about how I slowly upgrade them as they develop, that sort of thing.
Yeah, what works best as a communal when bigger? I believe it depends who you ask.
I mean, I was actually watching a. I mean, we all know about Balfouris, obviously.
Yeah.
Everyone's got Balfouri communities now, right? Dave's got two. I think.
Had loads of success with Pokies communally.
Yeah. Have you kept Pokies communally, Dave? Because I know Christoph does, and I think Emil does as well. I think a few guys do. I know Dave's got two. I know Dave's got 2 Balfouri communals, but I don't know whether he's kept. He's probably kept pokies at communals, I imagine.
Yeah, I kept 4 together. I got them from Sling, and they grew on to grown on slings altogether. But my ass fell out, and I just thought I'm gonna have to split them because I don't want to be responsible for them just cannibalizing each other.
Yeah, I mean,
I know you can't always help it, but
no. Well, you can. You just don't keep them together, right?
well, yeah.
I mean, I was actually watching a little repurposed video, which is a bigger podcast interview with why can't I remember his name? Shit, can't remember his name. You know the Tarantula guy, Tarantula Collective.
Oh, Richard.
Richard. I was watching an interview he was doing with some lady, some tarantula lady. I think really big in like on the US scene. She's been around for like 20 odd years or something. And they were just shooting the breeze about Avics, and it was when I was doing my research on the Avics, and they were talking about how over the years, loads of people have tried to have convinced themselves that the Avics are a communal species.
Right.
And she was saying that years ago she did an experiment where she tested to see, and I think she was saying she was one of the first to do it. Loads of people were talking about it, but nobody had ever actually done it. And she was saying that basically she started off with quite a high number, and by the end she only had about 3. She said she had 3 gravid females at the end. So it kind of worked.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was just reading what Dave was just saying.
You don't even know if it's been a case of that it's just been survival at fittest.
Yeah, well,
and out of all those, 3 gravid females.
Yeah, Richard was saying that he over the years has seen loads of people talking about, I've got this community of Avics, I'm keeping them together, and but not one of them have ever done like a follow-up video, which kind of suggests what it suggests, really.
This is like what I was saying to you before about Socotra Island. So that to see if Balfouris do actually live communal.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's actually ever seen them. In their natural habitat, it's probably just a tolerance because they hide within the cracks of the trunks. So you could have maybe 4 within like 2 foot of that trunk, but they're not necessarily living communally.
Yeah,
they're just tolerant of what's around them at that time.
Yeah, exactly. So it's probably the same for the Balfouris in their natural habitat.
Yeah,
you know, they probably just tolerate each other because that's just the way it is.
And not only that, you're going to have different years as well where there's not going to be many about, and then you'll have a year where there's a massive boom, and the conditions have been right that maybe the full leg sack has survived all to adulthood.
Yeah.
Then they have to live within close quarters of each other, then, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, exactly. So I mean, there's probably a lot more of it goes on in the wild, but often they've got a lot more space, haven't they?
Yeah.
To tolerate each other. So,
yeah.
So so they were. I think when I was watching that video, I was just talking about that interview with that Tarantula Collective with Richard and that lady from I forget her name, Tarantula lady. Anyway, she was really experienced. Apparently, she was like 20. Is it
Tarantula Cat?
No, it wasn't Tarantula Cat because obviously she's only been around a few years, hasn't she? So it wasn't her. Right. It was this other lady who seemed like really. She mentioned once or twice that she was showing her age. That she was like she'd been around for a lot longer. But they actually talked about the that dark den attempt that Peter's just mentioned as well. The fact that he, a few people have trying to do the INSEE as communals, mainly because as an alternative to Balfour because they're cheaper. So I think a lot of people are talking about this, the whole INSEE and being a thing, a communal thing. But as Peter's just said, apparently Dark Den, he did it, and apparently they all died or something. So
yeah.
well, a lot of them died.
Work.
So yeah.
But the thing is, I could be wrong. This is just my thoughts on it, but we're INSEEs. It could be because it's a dwarf species, and they tend to be a lot more, I won't say docile, but
yeah,
a lot calmer as a tarantula.
Yeah. Just gonna. I just have to move them out of the way.
That's just my thoughts on it.
Yeah. It's impossible to know, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
I'm going to do talking and the tellers.
I'm going to do the Sabah Blues now. So, if you're there, Dave, doing the Sabah Blues now, my friend, I'm very excited about these. Obviously, these are a little bit bigger. I'm not sure exactly how big they are, but I did spot one down the side of the tube. And it looked like a molt on from the. There, look. I can't see it. Hang on. It looks like a molt on from the others. Yeah.
Quite a size, then.
Good size, that. So what I've done is, because I spotted that one, I don't know whether they're all going to be that size, but they're probably going to be close. I thought I'd just go straight with the 32-ounce deli pots. So I didn't really talk that much about the Chilobrachys, did we? Well, I think we did. We talked about the Chilobrachys and that the Vietnam Blues. We did. So I'm doing the Formingochilus species Sabah Blue now, David. If you're there, doing 6 of these.
He says, can he come on live?
Who does? Yeah, Dave, do it, man. I sent you the link, man. Do it. I'm just about to do the Sabah Blue, so you can give us some pointers. Go for it, dude. Go for it. I know he knows how to do it because I saw him on what's his name's live the other day. Oh, I can't remember anybody's name. Who?
Scott.
Yeah, Scott. That's it. Scott's Inverts. Yeah, go for it, Dave. I've sent you the link, my friend. Deadly Tarantula Girl. I'm not sure. I can't remember who it was, to be honest. If you just Google aviculare care or whatever, or communal, it'll be first thing that comes up. It's a small repurposed video of them two from a larger. I think they did like about an hour to 2 hours chat. It was like a live podcast that they did, and this was just a short section of that, basically a little repurposed bit of it. It was quite interesting. So I'm going to watch the whole podcast when I get time. It'll be quite interesting to see. I think you learn a lot more, don't you, from care videos are great, but there's nothing better than watching a live stream or a podcast of 2 people shooting the breeze who really know, even if it's just one person who knows their stuff. Like Dave's going to come on now, and it's going to, he's the one who's going to have all the knowledge, and I'm just going to ask him some.
You can quite easily be distracted by what's being shown in the video.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a way, I'm not saying people do this, but it's easy to hide behind the video because it's all edited. It's all, whereas a live stream, you're just exposed, man.
Yeah.
You're right there. You got to know your stuff or you don't.
One person might have a thought that is not really shared with somebody else. And
yeah. exactly.
shoots it out there, and then it actually, I've thought
Yeah.
about that as well.
Yeah. All right. I'm just while we're waiting for Dave. So if you're there and you don't know what's going on, I'm just hanging on for Dave. Dave's gonna come on. Dave's little beasties. He's gonna come on the chat. He's gonna and he's gonna come and say hello, basically, and he's gonna treat us. I feel so privileged, that Dave's coming onto my little stream. I know that sounds silly, but you know what I mean. It's like, who'd have thought it? It feels, you know what it is? He feels obliged because I've spent so much money with him. I gave him so much money last week that I think he feels obliged. I'm going to. Did you make a post about Dave?
Yeah, I shared it on Facebook.
So I just show it on my page. So we're just waiting for Dave. Yeah, no problem. It's I'm just gonna make a post. Actually, no, I'm not.
This one's a cannon, innit?
Here he is. Yeah, so Dave's here now. I'm just going to... there he is. Dave is in the house.
Hey, hello guys.
You all right, Dave?
I can't type fast enough.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's yeah, this is just so much better, right? And we get to look at your lovely face,
What are you after?
I'm after more slings, mate. No, Dave, I'll be back, man. I'll be back. Don't you worry about that. I know you've got a lot coming through. You've done a lot of breeding just recently, and I'm excited to see what you've got coming on offer. It's like I was saying earlier. I'm stocking up for the shows. The shows are coming for me. I'm going to be doing all the invert shows. I'm doing all the Doncaster shows, which I always do, and I'm basically stocking up. And I'm going to be coming your way a lot more. I'm going to be coming and putting some money in your skyrocket, my friend.
Hey, nice.
So anyway, how you doing, Dave? Are you you've managed to escape into the beastie room then? Get away from that.
I've not long stopped actually. The whole house is being done on Monday. So I've got to try and make sure everything's clear of the floor. So yeah, it's an absolute bleeding nightmare. And I've got a big 6-foot aquarium in my living room. That's all got to be emptied, shifted, and done. And you wouldn't believe the stuff we've got to move.
Oh man, I can, man. I mentioned in my message to you earlier, man. I know exactly what you mean. We're having so much done in the house this year. I'm dreading it, man. I'm absolutely dreading it. Fireplace is being ripped out, carpets being done, rendering, plastering. We're having a whole new kitchen. It's just going to be completely. I might just move into the shed for about a week. So,
I'm panicking like hell because I've got 6 or 7 different species sitting on sacks as we speak.
Yeah.
And of course, I've got a couple of exciting ones in there, so I'm panicking now that they're going to get disturbed.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's not going to be good.
No.
So if it all goes wrong, I've got something to blame.
Yeah.
So the beastie room then, is that just a room in the house then, or is that an extension, or is it a shed? Is it?
No, it's a room in the house.
Yeah.
I used to in our old house. I had my own reptile room, which consisted of a large garage, and then I had 2 other big sheds out on top of that. Because I used to breed all my own mice and stuff as well.
Yeah.
I used to do everything. So yeah, I was set up for venomous and everything there, and then things changed. We ended up moving, and I got rid of all of that stuff, and I stuck with the spiders because you can get more in a room, can't you?
Yeah, you absolutely can. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in the shed right now. I've got an extension. The garage is a conversion attached to the house. That's my bug room, which is basically full of mantids. Because I've got way too many species of mantids that I breed and sell, and now I'm slowly filling the shed with spiders, tarantulas, true spiders, tarantulas, scorpions, because the thing is, the missus, I was always the mantis guy because they were, you know, they're kind of, they don't sting, they don't bite, they don't inject venom, you know. So in the house, the missus is not into what I do. So, but she's very tolerant. She's very, very tolerant. And she's very, honestly, man, she lets me do my thing. She lets me get my geek on and do all the things I do, which is fantastic. But she drew the line at having any tarantulas, scorpions in the house. So I had to wait until I got the big shed in the garden before I could start having tarantulas and stuff. So
yeah, I think you need a supportive wife.
yeah, well, I mean, you know, I don't have a camera lady, the Mrs. Camera. I don't, you know, I don't have any of that, man. I've not convinced her into doing my camera work for me just yet. So, you're very lucky. I'm very much a one-man band here, man. That's why I've got my table set up now for my live streams. I've got my big camera up there. I've got my overhead camera. I've got my my macro lens. I'm all. But if it all goes pear-shaped, it's like, you know, it's like a big massive scramble trying to get it all sorted. So
you need one of them switches underneath the desk. You can just scream, hit the switch, and everything will go black, and you just blame it on the power cut.
That's a good idea, man. I'll keep that in mind. Nice one. So let's just crack on because I have still got 27 to rehouse yet. So I wouldn't normally do them all. Like I say, I've had 47 off you in total, and I wouldn't normally do them all in one go. I'd normally spread it out over the weekend, you know what I mean? So, but because I wanted to do the epic stream and obviously talk a little bit about the different species and stuff. So basically what I've done is I've gone with the 32-ounce deli pot. These are obviously just going to be quite temporary homes. These are for the Sabah Blues. What do you reckon, Dave?
Perfect.
I've got about 2 inches of substrate. 2 inches of substrate, a little bit of moss, and some cork bark, and a little bit of something else. I'm going to bring in the big fish camera. So
the best bit of advice I can give you on them is keep them on the dry side.
Yeah.
And same with the Avics. You know, I found with all of the slings that they all had a much higher survival rate kept dry.
Right.
And yet a lot of them are humidity dependent spiders, but as slings they do far better dry.
Yeah.
Which is that all sounds a bit backwards, doesn't it? A bit contradictory, but yeah, it's a weird one. I know when I had with the Sabahs, when I first started out with them, I kept them damp and they were dropping like flies. And as soon as I dried them right out, they changed.
Right.
And it goes the same with the nursery pots that I hatch the sacks out in. When I use them, they're at 100% humidity. But in a very, very short space of time, Sabahs, the Shuadis, what do they call them? Shuetis, the Earth Tigers, they were the same.
That's the one that we call shithead.
Yeah. They were the same. They had to be taken out of the nursery pot and put on soil real quick, because they literally just killed over. Once they molted, as soon as they hit sling, that's when they started dying. But up until that final molt, they done really well in the nursery pots. But then they needed to dry out.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Excellent. I'm just focusing all my attention on getting this little beauty out. There we go.
I tell you, the pots I had the most success with the Sabahs in, for like the larger size pots, are the fruit fly tubs with the round mesh in the middle, not the ones with the multiple holes, just the sheer round mesh in the middle.
Okay, so not these ones.
No. The ones like the tamper-proof tubs, are there?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then ones with the mesh top in them, they literally any humidity in there disappears real quick.
Yeah. And
they were the tubs that worked the best.
Okay.
They work really
well. What I might do is then I might taking what you've just said. I might just because I think these might be all right as long as I keep the substrate relatively dry.
Yeah, just
right.
Yeah,
but,
just.
I mean, to be honest, this is actually quite dry anyway. I've put moss in there, but it's actually nearly dry.
Yeah.
I've just put it in there just to, for whatever reason, so I can just. What I was going to ask you, at this size, these slings, would you recommend a little water dish now at this size?
I haven't bothered with mine. All of mine like that are all singles. They're all in their own little pots, and I haven't used water in them at all.
Right.
And I probably wouldn't. I mean, I've got one up here actually. That's a Malaysian earth tiger, and that is getting on for 2 inches and still hasn't got a water pot.
Right.
Yeah, and it's what I do is I keep them. And funny enough, that is in. I'll show you it. It's actually in a pot. That's in one of these. Now this is one of the fruit fly pots that I was saying to you about.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you can see on the top there. You see the lid.
I'm just going to put you on a bigger screen. There you go.
Yeah, you can see the lid there. Now this is a Malaysian earth tiger, and as you can see, I don't know if you can see from that, but that is bone dry.
Yeah.
There's no water dish in there at all, and that is literally the only moisture that spider gets is for its food. And this one's big enough to take male dubias, so that gives you an idea of its size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I find is when they're in the small pots, the water dish is more trouble than it's worth. So I don't tend to bother with them because you just end up with substrate and other problems. It's not until they go up to a proper enclosure, if you like, that's when I start adding water bowls.
There's more space for the humidity to disperse then, isn't there?
Exactly.
Bigger enclosure.
Yeah, exactly.
That's good to know. I was planning on doing that exactly, and I'm really glad that you've come on and just confirmed my suspicions, because a lot of people talk about you must have a water dish, and like even people who were just potting up really small slings, I hear them talk about how they add water dishes, and I just think surely they just don't need a water dish at that size. Surely not until they're at least juvenile. It's like small grown-on slings or small juveniles, then maybe, depending on the species, you could think about maybe a water dish.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to, for like terrestrial spiders, I use quite a lot of these tubs.
Yeah.
Once they go to this size, then I add a water dish.
Yeah.
But anything smaller than that, I don't bother. And I say the arboreal stuff, it's not until it goes up into, I don't know, like a 20 by 20 exo that I bother going to water then.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't necessarily need it. I think the only slings that I did bother with, my GBB don't have no sling at all, and that's getting on no water dish at all. And that's getting on for about 2.5 inches, one of them. The only thing I did do was my Sturmy. I gave them water. And I used the lids off of the sling pots.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're only very shallow. So I could literally... And I've got them in them little deli cups that you've just housed them Vietnam Blues in.
Yeah. Okay.
But I can keep... With them, I can keep the substrate wetter. So if they do bury the water dish or tip it over, whatever, it doesn't really matter. So it's a different type of, you're looking at a different environment.
So that guy's gone right down to the bottom. Basically all we can see are legs and hairs.
These guys are starting to show some colour now.
I was just thinking about that.
And then you'll find that they'll all burrow as well.
Yeah, well, I've provided about 2 inches of substrate because I wasn't sure. I know they're arboreal, but I know slings of a certain size will continue to burrow regardless.
Yeah, my Rufus do that.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't become fully arboreal until they really start cracking on with a bit of size.
Yeah.
I think my Sabahs, when I started out, I had 3 of them originally. And they were probably a good 3 inch or more before they started to become arboreal.
Yeah.
A little bit security, won't it, that?
Yeah,
The bigger size that can handle herself a bit better.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, they all buried themselves at the bottom of the cork bark, you know, and dug in underneath it.
I mean, this one's gone. This one's basically shot right down to the bottom, and well, you can see the carapace is basically almost disappeared under. But look at the colours already. Look coming through. Look, you can just start to see that.
Yeah,
I mean,
you can see the bright light. They look beautiful.
against the orange hairs as well.
Mm.
They're really starting to pop. Nice. Well, we'll leave that for now because I'm hoping to get some better. I'm hoping to get something better soon. We've got 4 more to do, so hopefully they're not all just gonna run away and hide. So, so how long have you had these Sabah Blues, Dave? Because I know they are relatively new, I think.
Yeah, I think I've had my I got my first ones about 18 months ago. 18 months, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Because when they first come on the scene, they were really pricey, really expensive.
Well, they still are, to be honest.
Yeah, they're cheap now compared to what they were.
Yeah, I mean, they. I'll be honest. Why do you think I snapped yours up? I'm not saying they were. I'm not saying they were cheap as chips, but they were. They were definitely. They were definitely more competitively priced than maybe some of the other guys, shall we say?
I try everything I produce. I try and put out a little bit cheaper. And
it's not a bad policy, is it?
Well, I think some things are just overpriced anyway. You know, I think it's taking advantage of a trend, or whatever. So
yeah, but, I mean, being a breeder of a big breeder of mantis for the last 10 years, you know, straight, and keeping mantis for over 25 years. But I've been consistently breeding mantis for just over 10 years now. And I have this. It's exactly the same with mantis now, you know, because like the internet and social media is just bringing all those communities from all around the world together. We're getting all these new fancy new species in, aren't we, compared to what they were like 25 years ago. So and what's happening is obviously some are just gaining this reputation of being super exotic, super rare. Therefore, I'm going to charge you an absolute fortune. But you know, so
well, they've done the same thing now, haven't they? Because you've got the red Sabah now, and that's the same. They're rocking mega prices.
Yeah,
basically the same spider, except it's got a red tinge to it instead of a blue.
Yeah, I want that, Dave. I'm prepared to pay a kidney. I'm gonna feed the market.
If you can find some cheap ones, get one for me.
I'm relying on you, Dave.
Do you breed the Diabolicas?
Yes, I have done. Yes, they're one of those species that you've probably got the same in the tarantula world. They're like almost like the holy grail of mantis species to breed, but just because they're notoriously difficult to get to adults for starters. If you can manage to get them to adults and you can manage to get a pair to adults, you could probably end your mantis career right there, feeling like you've done well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But getting them to breed is not really the problem. The main issue, and you probably have species of tarantulas like this. The main issue is getting them to be produce oothicas that are fertile. Basically, is the main issue. Fertility is a really big issue, and whether or not, you know, there's a lot of speculation, and I'm sure it's the same sort of speculation you guys have in the tarantula world, where you talk about they're not getting some nutrient or some compound, you know, some molecule or something that they get in nature that they're not getting in captivity, that sort of thing.
Yep.
So yeah, you know, Diabolicas anyway. I have bred them. I have bred them quite some years ago. The problem is they take up a hell of a lot of space. I mean, they're a big mantis. You know, they're as big as your hand. You know, we're talking 9, 10, you're talking 10, 11, 10, 11 centimeters. You know, they're a big old mantis, and they're really, really difficult to, like I say, to get to adults because of their size. They're just really tricky. I could go into a lot more detail, which I'm not going to do right now, but there's a lot to it. Do you know what I mean? So
when you had
yeah.
some,
So anyway, but yeah, I mean, have you got some like tarantulas in the hobby that are similar to what I've just been kind of talking about?
yeah, I think so. I think with the tarantulas and that, it tends to be more of a trend thing. So it's like at the moment you don't see captive bred blondies very often. There's sturmies popping up here, there, and everywhere, and you don't see many apophysis either being bred. And it's a weird thing. I mean, I've started on. I've got a little project going on with all three of the big bird eaters.
Okay.
So they're all being paired at the moment, and we'll see where we go, because I like a challenge. I like to try and, if something is being bred, then that's generally where I sort of end up heading towards.
Yeah.
Is that the one that you've had the custom tanks made for?
Well, I had the I had the custom tanks made because I'm changing my room around, and I've had some sort of plans in mind as to how I wanted to do things, and I wanted I couldn't get the tanks that I wanted, so I ended up basically getting my own designs made, and they were, at the moment I've got a Sturmy, a Geniculata, a Balfouri commune, and I've got 2 more tanks that are spare at the minute, and I'm not sure. I might have an apophysis in one, but I'm thinking of putting my big female funnel web in the other, just as a display type thing, and then also for breeding purposes later on. It'd be a good tank to try and breed her in as well. But yeah, it's I think that the largest. But the daft thing is if you want something to look at, then they take up a lot of space. If you want to just breed them, you can keep them in a tub.
Yeah.
And it don't take up any space at all. So it's sort of it depends on where you want to go, and I think that's where a lot of it lies with the hobby. You've got to differentiate between what you want to actually do. So if you're breeding, then I find the housing gets changed depending on species, because some things require more ground space or whatever. There might be some little niche there that they require, but then if you just want something as a maintenance enclosure, then it's something different again. And I think this is where a lot of people get a bit mixed up. There is no one thing does all. Not really. And if, like anyone, if you've got a bit of a collection going on, space does become a premium.
Yeah.
So
it's just about adapting, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's there's no, you see a lot of chat in the groups and things about the rights and wrongs of enclosures and what should be in them and how you should do them and all this other stuff, and yet if you get down to the nitty gritty, the real basic needs of a spider are very basic.
Yeah.
They don't require.
Yeah, I think that is one of the biggest problems in and around the hobby, and it's the invert hobby in general. I think people just over-engineer everything. People overcomplicate things.
Yeah.
They think they need all this specialist type housing and equipment and all this other stuff, and
in reality,
more often than not, that's usually what gets things into trouble, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. I think it's a real difficult scenario, because if you're trying to explain something online and you're hitting such a wide audience, so you're hitting people that are really knowledgeable and really know what they're at, and then at the other end of the scale, you've got people that have literally just come through the door and don't necessarily understand the ins and outs of what you're talking about. So sometimes if you explain something, it needs to cover that whole audience, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because it's, for if I sit there and say, for argument's sake, this thing don't need any substrate, or this doesn't need any air holes, or this don't need a water bowl, like we were saying. get beginners sit there and go, well, hang on, everything has to have water. You know, so what's he talking about? He don't know his stuff, does he? You know, bloody idiot. So, you know, and it's because, you know, you build up over time, you build up what you understand to be necessary and what isn't necessary at different stages in the spiders' lives that you're dealing with.
Yeah.
And not all the same. You know, so it's very difficult. I try and say to everyone on my channel, you know, it's not always black and white. You know, if you see me doing something that looks really, really simple or whatever, 9 times out of 10 it is really simple, but it's a long time that got there. You know, and you learn as you go along, and it's, you know, people need to get a grip with things and learn to walk before they run, as it were, I suppose.
Yeah,
I think
but it's
almost, isn't it?
very hard.
I think you know what, you kind of hit the nail on the head there as well. I'm not saying it's your fault, Dave, but what I am saying is that because you've got so much experience and you know how to behave around your tarantulas, you make it look very simple. You make it look easy, simple, and calm. And I think that's obviously all credit to you, and that's your personality, and your experience coming together to do what you do so well. And that's why anybody that I know comes to you amongst a couple of others, but you also definitely to get that information and that knowledge from, just because of the way you come across, and you make it look very, very easy, and almost it's almost a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because people see that and they think, well, he makes it look so easy. He's so calm, collected. Then, you know, it must be easy. So what's the big deal? Do you know what I mean? So
it is a difficult one. I done one just recently, actually. I think it went out last Thursday. Me Gigas one on a Macrofelli Gigas, and we done a big unboxing for a new project. And I sort of said on there, you know, don't necessarily do what I'm doing, because, you know, I do feel comfortable with what I'm doing, and sometimes it can look a little bit complacent, but it's not. You are really switched on to what you're doing. It just means that you're so comfortable that you can do this and talk to someone else at the same time. That is all it is. And it's one of the things that I felt was important when I started the channel, is I wanted to show that all of these spiders that have got really, really bad reputations have only got them through bad keepers. Them spiders, you know, them spiders are not bad spiders. And I've never met a spider yet that wanted to kill me, you know. So it's sort of it's trying to get across, and there is that big, I mean, in some respects, the big main shops and all the rest, they don't always help things, because sometimes they market something for that macho market, you know. So I mean, the Black Fury was a prime example, you know. If you're a man, this is your spider, you know. If you're not, you know. And yet they're absolute puppies. They really are. They're bloody puppies. And it's, you know, it's all about creating something. And there was an interesting story with the Black Fury. I bought one from a local shop, and they couldn't get rid of it, basically, because its reputation had preceded it. And they were just sort of like, as soon as people realised what it was, they were like, ooh, a bit too much for me. So they basically turned around and said, look, if you take it on, you can have it, sort of thing, couple of quid. So I'll go on and bung it in with some other bits I had. And I had it. Anyway, it was supposed to have been a female, and it molted out to be a male. So I was a bit sort of gutted and thought, oh, damn it, you know. So I then went on the hunt for a female. And I put a post up saying, I'm looking for a female. Has everyone got one available, willing to spend, you know, pay the money for it? And I was absolutely inundated with messages. I've got one, you can have it for nothing, you know.
just take it, please.
Yeah. And they were literally up and down the country, everywhere, offering them. And I just said, every one of them, I said, look, if you can post it to me, I'll gladly take it. They're like, no, you can have the enclosure. I don't want the enclosure. I just need the spider. but can you post it? And they were like, no, not in, no way. I'm not doing it. So I ended up, I never got one because I couldn't get anyone to bloody post one, and they were all too far away for me to go and get them. But it was a classic case of people bought something, then realised that maybe this was a bad idea. Maybe I'm not as big a man as I thought I was. You know, and they never made a bloody thing to feed it. So, but yeah, it was like a classic case of misrepresentation, really. But yeah, we've tried to show that, you know, all these spiders are not as bad as they're made out to be, and quite often as well, we've tried to show that, you know, fossorials, you'll see them out and about all the time if you change the way you look after them.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Which is what we were saying earlier about the discless, the Vietnam blue.
That discless, that is the mother to the slings there. She would sit out on the mouth of a burrow every day.
Yeah.
And then it wouldn't be until probably the lights had been on for maybe a couple of hours, then she'd go in and seal the burrow up, and then she'd go to bed. And then you'd see her back out again. You come in the morning, you know, after the lights have gone out, she's had all night doing her stuff, and she'd come out and she'd be sitting out again. Yeah. But I sold her to Beth at Bethany Spiders. Yeah. And she was saying that it's, you know, she sits out there as well. She's, you know, because she keeps it in a similar way to how I had her. And and it shows, you know. I think the only spider that I've got that I've got two that I don't see hardly anything ever of unless I look for them and dig them out. One is the Covaricki. I haven't really seen that since I put it in there. You know, so it's been a long time. And the other one, I've got a Cameroon Red as well, which I don't see much of either. But I'm changing. I'm going to do a rehouse on my Cameroon because she's quite a big girl, and I'm hoping it's a female. Yeah, I'm going to put it. I'm going to put it in a semi-aquatic setup and see what happens. Just out of curiosity, really, just have a bit of a play. Yeah, see what goes on. But the majority of them come out. You get the same story with the Metallicas. You know, people are always saying, "Oh, they're light sensitive." I've got lights on my spiders 12 hours a day. Mine sit out basking.
Yeah, that's what my Metallica does. It's always out. Other porkies, as soon as light hits them, they've gone.
Yeah.
Metallica.
Mine are all out now. As we speak, mine are out. I've got 5. I've got 5 P Metallicas here, right just behind me, and they're all out. Every single one of them out and about. Just hanging on Dave's every word. So,
is that someone been offered a Black Fury?
Yeah.
I'll take it if you don't want it. I love them. I think they're beautiful.
There you go, Peter. Go and get it, man. Go and get it. Yeah. So.
OBTs, can they be chill? Yeah, they can.
Yeah, I've got videos where you'd have seen me pairing them, and I've done a few rehouses with them, and I just walk them from one tub into the other tub, and no displays, no nothing. You know, they're good as gold. They really are good. It's all about that initial stage. You know, the moment you pick that enclosure up and move it to where you want to do your work, that's when it all starts. Yeah. And if you're nice and gentle when you do that, chances are you'll end up with a gentle spider when you open the door. Yeah. You know, if you want to shake it around before you get there, then it's, you know, pretty sure it's going to be pretty arsed off with you, isn't it?
Yeah, totally.
You know, I think a lot of it's real common sense.
There we go.
Ah, you bought the collection.
Right, How
are we getting on?
It's the Avics now, man. The Avics. I've just got the Avics to do. 21 of those.
They all went in nice and easy then.
Yeah, I was just cracking on while you were talking, Dave. I didn't want to interrupt while you were in flow.
We don't want to hijack your stream. This is
I'm loving it, mate. I'm loving it. I'm going to basically the Sabah Blues just went in. Do you know what they did? You probably didn't spot it because I've got your ugly mug like covering most of the screen. So
You're supposed to have
basically they just jumped 4 out of 6 of them. They jumped in. They
Yeah.
just jumped straight down. They jumped straight off the tissue, straight down into the bottom of the deli pot. So I couldn't really get too much. I was hoping for at least one of them, to be like sat nice and calmly on the court box, so I could get some really nice footage. But it's the way they hold themselves. You see, they hold themselves in that like really kind of crouched up position, that protective position. So any macro footage that I managed to get was basically just the legs and the hairs. So I'll come back to them at another day and try and get some footage. But the colours have not really come through yet. Anyway, like we were saying, they've only just started getting those little hints of blue coming through. So, but these Avics, they are. I had a sneak peek at one earlier, and they're like the young Ermia. They're very, very, very nice pink and black kind of coloration. Now, are these likely to try and are they like Armenia in that they're just going to try and run off?
No. These are real quiet.
Are they? Oh, brilliant.
Really.
Yeah, because these are very, very pretty, and I was really, really excited to get some close-up macro footage of these.
Your probably best bet would be to take the tissue out and just let it crawl on your hand, and then just put your hand under the camera. They really are so calm.
Yeah,
really, really calm.
I mean, these are absolutely stunning. These are.
Yeah, they're such pretty little spiders.
They really are. I'm just gonna open it up. Let's see if we can get some footage. I think Peter's got a question there, hasn't he?
What's that? Yeah, sometimes I think they definitely change with age. So when you get a molt, sometimes they can become, extra confident, and occasionally you can go the other way and they become really fearful and start disappearing. It's a strange thing actually, and I think a lot of it comes down to each of the spiders are very individual in how they behave and represent themselves. I've got a Sturmy actually that's an immature male, and he's probably about 6 or 7 inches in diameter at the moment, and he went through. He just sits in the mouth of his burrow, has done for the last couple of months, but then in the last 2 weeks he's been out on top day and night, and he's at the moment climbing up the side of the glass, and he's just having a bit of a wander. He's been very, very active the last few weeks, and there's no real reason because nothing's really changed. The room has all stayed the same.
Yeah,
but he's obviously maybe I think he's only a molt, maybe 2 molts at the very most. Probably next molt he'll probably mature, but he's always hungry. He's constantly hungry. So I only feed him on a real light maintenance diet, and that slows him down a little bit because both my females are gravid or hopefully gravid at the moment. So we're just waiting for them to drop. So I don't really want him maturing too quick. I need to slow him down really for the next year, which sounds like an awful long time, but it's not very long in Sturmy terms.
No.
It'll take a little while. What's this? What are you doing? Oh, a starter spider. You're looking at one.
There you go. I've got some here. I've got some available. Unseen Universe. Never mind, Dave. Yeah, I'm probably going to keep half a dozen of these and sell the rest on because these will sell all day long. I bet you've shifted loads of that last clutch that you had, Dave.
Yeah, they don't hang around. They go out pretty quick actually, and I don't tend to with that sort of stuff, I don't really sell to the shops and stuff. I tend to just sell privately, and they go really really quick. I think all the Avics are popular. I've got Verses and wider Versips on Exacts at the moment as well, and they're all due at the same bleeding time.
Yeah,
it's going to be pandemonium then.
Yeah, they're all going to pop out at the same time. I've got another Avic which has been paired, but she probably won't drop for a couple of months yet, which is nice because you'd have had a nice gap between them, you know, and then you can bring on the next lot. Yeah, I try and breed things so that they don't all come together, but for some reason or other, I've had a little run of females that have all dropped at the same sort of time. All within like a month, I've had a bunch of them come dropping where they should have been a bit more spread out. I don't quite know why, but something's obviously
it's inevitable, man. It's inevitable when you've got so many breeding pairs going on. It's impossible sometimes to avoid.
Yeah, I tend to with mine. I don't touch mine at all, but on either a Saturday or a Sunday is my sort of maintenance day really. So it's either one of them, and I go around, I clean all my front glasses, and I do all of that sort of stuff. I do it every Saturday or a Sunday. It gets done one of them days, and that's also the days that I check my gravid females. So if I haven't seen them in the week, or I see a change in the webbing or something like that, then quite often I'll pull them off the shelf, take the backboards off, and I'll have a little look and see what I got. And sometimes they can seal themselves in, and you can check them for 5-6 weeks. Nothing's changed, and then 7 weeks, bang, she's got an egg sac. But she's been sitting there for 6 weeks doing nothing. You know, but she was obviously ready. You know, she put herself away. She was ready to do the job. So it's just a case of being a little bit patient, and you have to be careful as well when you're cleaning the other enclosures that are around her, that you're not shaking them, banging them around, and things like that. But I do believe, because I have quite a routine in what I do and how I do it, I'm very structured in what I do. I think they get used to it. So when they fill me at one end of the tank, they might sit there and think, "Oh, he's filling water dishes today," you know, or "Oh, he's cleaning the glass." I do think there's a little bit. It sounds daft, doesn't it? But I think there is a little bit of something there, you know, because they do sort of change. Because it's funny when I've had people come in the room. I mean, I'm sitting in here now and we're chatting away, and I'm not being quiet. I'm just talking normal. But I've had people come in the room, and when they're talking, I've had spiders disappear.
Run away, yeah.
They all go and hide, and yet I could be in here on my own, singing the top 40 at the top of my voice, you know, doing my thing. And, no one moves, you know. They all sit there and do their stuff. So there's definitely something. They do get used to stuff. They're cracking spiders. Where did you get them from?
You might not have heard of this guy. He's, he pops up from now and again. Dave Summit, I think. Dave Beasties, I think it is something to do with beasts. Anyway,
he's a pain in
there you go. While you've been chatting, I've been really struggling because these, as you can see, the carapace is basically black.
Yeah,
Jet black, and so trying to focus the macro on something so small with like no contrast, you know, completely black it's been proven a little bit of a challenge. But I've done some jiggery pokery and I've done a little lighting magic, and I've managed to just get a nice little close up because these are small.
They're tiny.
So you can see I'm having a bit
just
of
about make out its eyes, can't you?
Yeah, you can see its eyes. So beautiful.
Oh, lovely abdomen on them.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring that up now. Look.
Yeah, look at that.
So I just managed to. I mean, obviously, once they've molted a time or two, I'll be able to get some nicer footage. But I just like to try and like show people what they look like when they're this small as well. You know, because you don't normally see things so up close and personal when they're this small.
Yeah,
so,
that's it. When you look at them on a website, say for instance you're shopping at Spider Shop, on their
Or
website.
Dave's little
Go
Beasties.
to Slings. Well, I don't think Dave has a website.
No?
He has a list.
Yeah, yeah. I am thinking of one.
But yeah, you'll go to Slings and you'll click on that sling, but it'll always show a picture of an adult.
Yeah.
Because they want to show off its most beautiful stage, don't they, really?
Yeah, definitely.
At least this way, you can see what you're getting at that size.
Yeah. I try to do that when I'm listing anything on my website. I always try to get some nice macro footage of photos of them at every stage, especially the stage I'm selling them at. Just because not everybody is totally savvy on like what an install means or what different stages are, and people just might look at a website and think that's what I'm getting, that's what's there, that's what I'm buying. They turn up and then you get a message the next day saying, "What is this you've sent me? This is not what I ordered." Do you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
Trust the joys of having a website, Dave. Don't think twice about that, man.
Yeah, I have been thinking about one, but yeah,
I think you'd do well. To be fair,
it's another time thing as well, though, isn't it? It's like it's how much time you have available to keep monitoring all this stuff, and I have trouble keeping up with Facebook, and I'm not on Instagram or anything like that, and everyone keeps saying to me, "Oh, get on Instagram, do TikTok." I struggle with Facebook.
Yeah,
I can't keep up with it. I don't know how people manage to do all of these different sites and do YouTube. It's
well, I mean,
struggle.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm almost everywhere. I don't do TikTok, but I do nearly everywhere else. And honestly, because I've got the website and I've got quite a good customer base, because I've been doing it for a long time. Mm-hmm. I get a lot of messages. This is why I don't actually go into the groups and like get involved in chats and stuff, because I don't even have time to keep up with all the messages I get from customers and people asking me questions through personal messages. I don't even have time. I don't even have time to keep up with that, let alone going into the groups and getting involved in more conversations. Do you know what I mean? So, but that's why I decided to start doing the live streams, Dave, because I would love to do more videos. Like you're knocking videos out like one a week or something, which is absolutely brilliant. I have no idea where you find the time to do that, because I know you work full time as well. So you obviously.
I think it's.
Do you get a camera lady, aka your missus, to do a load of some of the editing for you while you're at work? Or
No, that is the key. You don't do any editing.
Yeah, you get yourself a camera lady. She does all the video footage, because she
does the. If you see me on screen, she's filming.
Yeah.
If it's pairings, it's normally me filming. And then when she does the filming, what you see go out as a video is pretty much what happened, and exactly down to the second to how long we were there, because I don't edit them. So we literally run that off and we do it. And you'll notice on my videos, I don't have no intros really. I don't have no outros. You literally you get what we done on that 15-20 minutes, and then I'm off.
What you see is what you get.
Yeah, exactly. The only ones that do get edited are the pairing videos, because quite often it's been 3 or 4 hours of filming, and I condense that down to what I consider to be the interesting bits.
Yeah.
And then I do a voiceover for them, so they take a little bit more time. But the ones like the rehouses, all that sort of stuff, that's literally, you're seeing it as it happened.
Yeah.
And I bung that straight up. So we'll film it. I go and put it onto on my iMovies, and I literally, I put my end screen on, put me card up at the beginning, and then I upload it. And it's literally that quick and easy. And we can do the whole process in, say, an hour and a half. Whereas sometimes I've spoke to other YouTubers and they're like, "God, this video took me 16 hours."
Yeah.
16 hours?
you can end up being too overcritical of yourself.
My life be an hour and a half at the tops, and I sort of think,
yeah. I mean, I'll come back to what I was saying a minute ago. When you're doing it just for yourself, though, and you're filming, you're setting your camera angles up, and you're setting, if you've not got somebody like you have to film it, get all the camera angles as it's unfolding, then that makes life a lot easier, because it's almost like an on-set video crew almost. When you're doing it yourself, and you've got multiple cameras and you're taking different angles and shots, you have to do all that editing, don't you? It's you just otherwise you're just not going to get what you want, really. So
I'm very lucky in how we have it, and we got sort of like we got a good little system going now where it's I will say certain things, and she sort of knows to come in and get a close up at this point and stuff like that, and we've done so many of them now that we're quite fluid with it. So it's a good position to be in.
You can tell because as your videos, as you've got as things have changed and you're doing more and more videos, the more recent videos, you can tell there's a lot more intuition between you and the missus doing the camera work. No, it's good. And you know what, as well, how you were saying that you don't do any intros, you don't do any outros, you don't even do like fancy thumbnails and stuff. And you know what, you still got, I don't even know how many followers you've got now. I mean, how many is it now? You must be getting on for 100,000 now. 80 odd.
I wish.
How many is it?
I think we got about 43 and a half.
Oh, really? I thought it was more for some reason.
Yeah,
I must be thinking of that. I must be thinking of that other really awesome tarantula guy that I follow.
No, it's growing quick. To be fair, it
is.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is that your channel is growing almost exponentially. You've got all these tens of thousands of followers now, and but you don't do all, like I was saying, you don't spend time doing the editing, you don't spend time doing the thumbnails, you don't spend time doing all those things that most YouTubers follow certain criteria to the letter to try and boost, views, watch time, and all that good stuff. They kind of follow all those things that YouTube loves, the algorithms, what the algorithm wants. They try and feed into that. Spend hours like coming up with like amazing thumbnails. It's that clickbait and all that sort of thing. And you don't do any of that, which must really, really get on loads of YouTubers' nerves, man. What do you reckon, Gav?
Damn, Dave, I do all this work and he's getting all these followers.
It's like, I spend like hours and hours and hours make crafting the perfect thumbnail, and then you go through and you see Dave, who's like, his video comes out at about 6:30, 5 o'clock in the morning or something. I always wake up first thing in the morning, got a notification, Dave's video came out about 5 in the morning. I have a quick look at it. By about 7 in the morning, it's already had about 50,000 views or something ridiculous. And it's just like, how is this? How does he do this, man? It's like unbelievable.
I wish I knew.
I'll tell you how you do it, Dave. It's the content, man. The content is everything. You can spend all week editing, crafting the perfect video, coming up with amazing thumbnails, doing everything that YouTube demands that we do in order to feed into its algorithms. But if the content is shit, you're not going to get nowhere, and it's as simple as that.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really hard one, because it's like I don't know. I mean, it's a bit like a rehousing video. You sort of make a rehousing video, and sometimes I sit and think, God, I must be getting bored with this by now. You've done so many sort of rehouses, and to be fair, let's be honest, there's not a great deal of difference between one from another, really. And a lot of the information is very similar. The only difference may be that it's a specific spider. But yeah, it is really, really difficult, and I think it's like they YouTube tries to tell you to like understand your audience and what that audience is made up of. You know, whether it's men, women, children. You know, what their level of experience is and all the rest of it. And I sort of sit and think, blimey, I think I've got people of all sort of from every type of thing. You know, I mean, I get an awful lot of my subscribers are bleeding arachnophobic. You know, and they can't stand spiders, and yet for some reason or other they love watching the videos. Yeah. And you know, and it's been, to be fair, it's been really, really touching, especially the last sort of 6-7 months. We had a lady contact us who was actually blind, and she said she can't wait. She loves the videos twice a week. She can't wait for them to come out.
Yeah,
and she's blind, you know, and she just listens to them, and she was saying she can actually picture in her mind exactly.
I'm going to say the way that you do your videos, you are quite descriptive. So you'll say, "Look at these yellows on a pokey against these blues." So to a blind person hearing that, then obviously they can paint that picture. Yeah,
I mean it's absolutely. I mean, I just come away amazed by it. You know, it's very humbling to read some of the comments from some of these people. It's incredible, you know, and it's nice to sort of feel that, you know, you've touched different parts of people's lives, and you know, it's I don't know, it makes it something really, really special. I know when we first started out, I was paranoid. I was like, who on earth's going to want to watch this? You know, I just couldn't see it at all. I really couldn't, and I got into a panic. I was like, oh bloody hell, what the hell am I going to talk about? You know, what people want to listen to this rubbish? You know, because it's like I should imagine it's a bit like a good mechanic. You know, if he's got like a thing for his work, but he wouldn't necessarily want to talk about it because he'd be worried that it'd be boring people. Yeah. But to him, it's really interesting because he knows about it, but he don't expect anyone else to be interested in it. And I was the same like with the spiders. I've been doing it a long time, and I just sort of I don't know. I said to my missus, because it was her and friends, because I was posting up the odd video on Facebook, and people said, "Oh, you should do a YouTube channel." And I was like, "No," because I am not computer literate at all. You know, I really am not. You wouldn't believe it. And I sort of like shied away. And then when we had the lockdown business, and after a week of being at home, the missus was like, "You need to find something to do or leave. It's up to you." You know, so I thought, oh, shit, better sort something out, haven't I? And so we ended up, we sort of started the channel, you know, and it was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Even now, this will make you laugh. I went on a live with Scott's Inverts last week, and he said to me just before, about a week before it came up, he said, "Would you mind sharing it on your channel? And also, you know, use your community tab." I was like, what are you talking about? The missus, I goes, "What's this bloody community tab thing he's on about?" And she goes, "Well, I don't know." She says, "Ask him." So, and then the daft thing was, I got this young subscriber in America, in Canada, by the name of Noah. And he's been on at me for about a year. "Use your community tab, Dave. Use your community tab," you know. And I'm like, "Shut up. I don't know what you're talking about." You know, he's starting to get going on. So Scott explained to me what this bloody thing was, so I done it. I thought, that was easy, but I still didn't understand what the hell I'd done. And it all sort of came out. Of course, as soon as we hit the thing, Noah was straight on me. About time you use that bloody community tab. It frightens me how computer illiterate I actually am.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I don't consider myself computer illiterate, but what the hell's a community tab?
Yeah. I tell you what, I've been told that YouTube's a real powerful tool.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I just don't know what I'm doing with it.
Yeah. And again, another thing that's going to really annoy other YouTubers. Dave doesn't have a clue about YouTube. He's got like more subscribers than most people could ever dream of having. all
I really know about is spiders. I don't know the rest of it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? what YouTube has done, though, it's scratched the surface of all these amazing left field communities that we kind of reside in. You know, the exotic world, everything else. You were just talking about this a car mechanic. He probably makes YouTube videos talking about bloody carburetors and how to do this, that, and the other. And he's probably got thousands and thousands of followers. People like
there's an
really
audience for it.
interested in listening to it talk about how to strip a carburetor. Do you know what I mean? So that's the beauty of YouTube, isn't it? You know, if you want to do something around the house, there'll be a YouTube video showing you how to do it. So if you want to rehouse an Avic, then Dave's your man. He'll show you how to do it. But it's interesting you were talking about the blind lady who contacted you, and also through lockdown, you probably had a lot of people messaging you saying, "Oh, you know what? I was watching your videos, and it really, really helped me during the lockdown because I haven't been out. I couldn't get out. I was self-isolating. You know, I couldn't do this, that, and the other. But my highlight was watching your videos. It really helped me get through that." You probably got a lot of that because I know I got quite a lot of that, especially when I was doing the fundraiser, that 25-day fundraiser I did for my son who's autistic. I did that for 25 days straight during December. And so many people were messaging me saying how it just made their day. You know, they'd been locked in for all this time. And, it was just a bit of fun, a bit of release, a couple of hours every night, joining in on the live stream, and people were absolutely loving it. And so, I think it's something you just don't realize, isn't it? Because I didn't think for 1 second. I was just having a blast, trying to raise some money, trying to do something, and I never thought for 1 second I was going to impact on people's lives the way that some people were saying that's how it had done. And I imagine from what you've said, you get that a lot as well. So, and there's something to be taken from that, isn't there? Because it's something you just never really realize, is it, when you start out? So
no, you don't think about it. It's something that evolves, and I do think, I don't know, it's really, really difficult, but I sometimes think I always try and say to people, don't chase the numbers. If you've got a channel and you're trying to do something, then just have like an end goal in mind, how you want to be seen and what you want to hopefully achieve, and try not to look at it. But I mean, in a way, that's a bit of a lie, because when I started, I followed the numbers. I'll be like, I've got 2 subscribers today.
Subscribers. Yeah.
You jump in with joy, and of course, as you go on and you get better and you get bigger, then the numbers become a little less important because you've already got a substantial amount of numbers. So it sort of it takes that heat away. But I can remember in the early days, and I often see people comment on Facebook that they get disheartened because they look on their channel and it might say, for argument's sake, we've got 800 subscribers. And they're like, nearly 1,000. And then they look on it tomorrow and it's down to 796.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, where did them 4 go? What did I do wrong? And they get all paranoid and beat themselves up. And I try and sort of, if you're not enjoying it, you need to sort of step away from that side. And also with the comments, because some people get really rough comments as well. And I think it's really sad. I think that's a terrible thing. But you need to move away from that and try and distance yourself a little bit from it. But social media is it is a minefield that you allow into your life, if you like, if you start a channel.
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't realise though that they have to toughen up quite quickly if they're gonna go and put themselves out there on social media. You can't just say to somebody, "Oh, you're on social media. You ask for it. You get what you're given." If you're going to put yourself out there, expect to get some grief. But obviously, that is the case. But they also need to realise that there's a hell of a lot of power and strength to be had from doing social media as well. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people, like you were saying, who get really, really. They invest their whole heart and soul into what they're doing, and they take it very, very personally. Like you say, if they lose a subscriber, or if they don't get as many likes, or they don't get as many views, or it can be really disheartening for some people. Almost like
Yeah,
it's like world's end almost to some people.
yeah, it can be. It's disheartening listening to people, when they put posts up, sort of saying, "Oh, we're down this and down that and whatever." And I think it's in a way you've got to be careful with what you put out in regards of what you get back.
Yeah,
So, I mean, I done a couple of videos in the past where I've done fossorial spiders, but I've not set them up in your standard fossorial way.
yeah,
So I haven't gone for the extra deep substrate and all this sort of stuff. And I've taken a bit of a hammering on Facebook or whatever, and people have sort of like got out their pram and started chasing me around the room about it. But so what I'm saying is you've got inbuilt standards within the hobby,
yeah,
and the common things to argue about are substrate depth, humidity,
yeah,
airflow, all these things. Yeah. Now, I probably go against the grain with all of them because I don't follow what is classed as the way to do it. But I let my results speak for themselves.
yeah,
So, as far as I'm concerned, you might not agree that I keep my fossorial spiders in a fossorial way. Well, I don't really, but
yeah.
they're all in good condition. They're out on view. I see them all the time, and they breed. So, do I really need that 15 inches of soil? Probably not. And I think I'm showing that I don't need that. So, you look on it, and you sort of think, well, how do you keep yours? Are you getting as much enjoyment out of yours as I get out of mine with your 15 inches of soil?
No,
And I think that's what people like about your channel is that fact that you're willing to try something different. Because at the end of the day, we're all still learning, no matter who you are.
All the time. This is one of the things actually. It's funny because the amount of times, like on Facebook, where someone's put something up, and I'm like, "Why the hell didn't I think of that? That is a cracking idea." I'm going to give that a go. And you do. You're learning stuff, and it's people. I've had people comment to me, and they private message me going, "Oh, I don't want to tell you how to suck eggs, but this is what I do." And the amount of times I've gone back and said, "Do you know what? That is bloody brilliant. That is spot on. That's exactly what you should be doing." I go away and I try it, and I might change what I'm doing and follow their thing because it might work for me as well. It does. And this is where it's often gone bad in the hobby because you get people that have been in it a long time, and they feel that they're not moving with it. You always should have an open mind and listen to what other people are doing, because even if you're successful, they might do something that just makes you a little bit more successful
Yeah.
than what you already are. You cannot learn enough. You really
It's that whole thing that they're saying, that thrive and survive.
Yeah. Very
It comes down to.
Yeah, very, very much. I think it's the more open-minded people are, the better and the quicker they'll all move along, and they'll start to enjoy things a lot better. I'm sure of it. It's makes a massive, massive difference. I think the other detrimental thing to the internet and thing is there is just so much information.
Yeah.
If new, it's very difficult to work out what's good and what's bad. And I find it all the time. I mean, I was looking into cameras some months back before Christmas. I wanted to get a new camera and sort of upgrade the video work a little bit, but I didn't want. I'm not technically minded like that, so I still needed something that was a bit point and shoot.
Yeah.
But gave better quality than my iPhone did, And when I started researching it, oh my God, I was like, Jesus Christ. I had like about 2 hours on YouTube going through all these different reviews. I come away with such a headache. I said to her indoors, I was like, I don't know, you know what, I'm going to stick with a bloody iPhone. This is mad. You know? So I'm no better off now than what I was before I looked in there.
Yeah.
And I came away and I thought to myself, how many newbie spider keepers felt exactly like I did when I was looking at cameras?
Yeah.
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 You know? Because they sit there, they listen to me say something, then someone else comes on and says something totally different.
Yeah.
You know, but they're insistent that their way is the best way. You know, and then someone else come on and they'll be like, you don't want to listen to them two prats. You know, do it this way. You know, and before you know it, they're probably having a nervous breakdown. And you know, and I always try and sort of put across to people that I do what I do. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to do the same for you. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the same. Your environment is different to mine, and you know, everything I do is different to what you do. So it's going to have different results.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't mean I'm any better than you are, or you're any better than me. You know, you got to take your different people's successes. The only thing I would say to people is, if you're looking for advice, look for people that have got a bit of a track record that you can go back on, and then start following those people. Forget about the people that, you know, my biggest thing, I've often said it, is I cannot stand the person that they put up the post, you know, I need advice, how can I do this? And the first one that comes up is, right, what you want to do is you want to do this. It wants 80% humidity, 12 inches of soil, all this. I've never kept one, but this is how it works. And you're like, who are you to give advice? You've just said you've never bloody kept one. You know, why did you ever make a noise in the first place? You know? And the hobby is full of them people. Absolutely full of them. So I always advise people, you know, go out there, pick half a dozen people that are doing well and listen to all of what they've got to say, and then take out the bits that you can use. Don't follow just one person, because that's not a good idea either. Don't just follow me. For God's sake, don't just follow me. You know, 'cause, you know, that would be a bad move, because, you know, there's an awful lot of stuff that I do that probably wouldn't work for you in your situation. So it's important that you pick on, you know, half a dozen good people, take the best of all of them.
Yeah, no, I think that's about the best advice you can give, because I've noticed that you always, in your videos, you always say, and it's something I like to think that I say as well, is that I always prefix a concept or an idea or a way of doing something with, this is what works for me. This is how I've been doing it. I've tried other ways. This is what works best for me. But obviously, you know, my conditions, it's almost impossible, I think, to replicate what somebody else is saying that they do perfectly. You can never completely replicate. Like if you say, this is how I do it, I keep them at this kind of humidity, you know, there's no real set humidity. I always think that the people who know the most about what they're doing are the people who don't give exacts. Like, I'd never give an exact humidity. I'd never give an exact temperature, because let's face it, that's just not real. That's just not reality. You know, there's always a range, whether it be daytime, overnight. You know, there's always a range, time of the season, whatever. You know, and you're going to get fluctuations in your bug room wherever you are. You know, there's always going to be differences. So I think to say, this is how I do it, this is how you must do it, this is how I do it, this works for me, this is a guideline, go away, have a go, see how you think, and adapt it slightly if it's not working, you know. But like you say, keep that flexibility in mind at all times. Dave's an amazing keeper. Dave's been doing it for so many years. His videos are amazing. He's got 40-odd thousand followers. He must be God. What he says goes.
It doesn't work for that.
but it's just a very good guideline to follow. But like you say, don't just follow one person. Follow half a dozen people, you know, and then just like kind of take little bits from other people, like you said. So I think one of the problems with YouTube is that you get a lot of old videos that have got, because they've been around for like 10, 15 years, they've got a lot of likes and a lot of views, and they've got a lot of things going for them that YouTube likes. So whenever anybody puts in, like, you know, care for a certain species, more often than not, you're going to get like a 10-year-old video that's got bad advice, but it'll come up really, really high on a YouTube search just because it's been around so long. It's been banded around and viewed, but the advice might be just really outdated. Like, like Avics. There's advice out there telling you to keep them wet through and really, really high humidity, and things like that, which, as we know, it's not really the best way to keep them now. People have adapted care sheets over the years, but still old information that's not accurate, that's actually quite dangerous for a lot of species, is still floating around, and there's absolutely nothing we can do about that.
No, I think it's this is the really hard part for newbies. When you come in knowing nothing.
I had newbies in mind when I was like saying what I was just saying, really. So
it's very, very difficult for new people, and unfortunately as well, it's a bit of a war zone for new people because I often get people comment on mine and they'll turn around, they'll start it off with, this may be a stupid comment, and I always say there is no stupid comments.
Answers.
There's stupid answers and there's stupid people, but there is no stupid comments, because the very thing you're asking me, I didn't know at one point, so you get along, but then on Facebook and that you'll get people put something up and you get all these people firing at them, oh, you should do your research. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Is the research. They're asking you for advice because they don't know. And all you're doing is slamming them down because you feel it's a stupid question because you're such a godly person, you know everything, and it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
It's a really, really sort of sad state of affairs. And if you want to nurture people and hopefully get them to enjoy their thing and get better at it and everything else, then, you need to share what you do. And share it in a nice way. It's manners cost nothing, as they used to say.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think it's it comes back to everything. You never stop learning. It doesn't matter how often you do things. I have things happen in my room. Something might just keel over and die, and I'm like, why the hell did that happen? Everybody else is all right. Why have you just died?
Yeah.
Because I get deaths the same as anybody else. Things die.
Yeah.
And
you know what? I say this sort of thing all the time, Dave. I'm always getting emails from people, usually about mantis, because that's still what I sell most of. People just say, it died, and they give me a whole list of like conditions that they kept it at. They give me a whole list of environmental factors, temperatures, humidity, and at the end of the day, sometimes I have to just say, sometimes they just die. It just happens. It's
just genes and stuff like that.
It's a sad fact that insects or spiders, sometimes they just die, and you're left wondering what you've done wrong, and you try and. I think it's something that when you're a hobbyist and you've only got a few individuals and maybe one of lots of different species, it's very difficult to appreciate that sometimes they just die because you're focusing all your energy on like one or two individuals. Whereas when you're a breeder like you or like me and you've got thousands and thousands of individuals, it's very easy to just shrug your shoulders and think sometimes they just die, and you just move on. It's just a fact. But you've got so many, you don't tend to dwell on it, too much, because the majority are doing perfectly fine. But every now and again, that odd individual that just doesn't make it. So you don't start worrying about all your conditions and everything. Do you know what I mean? So
no. I think you got to be realistic with what you're doing. That's the thing. Not everything is down to something you've done. It can be it's a different thing.
Yeah.
It's a very broad thing. I see on there actually. It's a good example of something what we were saying. I see Sidex has written in there about getting Balfouri to drop their egg sacs. Now, this goes against the norm, but mine do it all the time. and that is when I get my females gravid, I normally allow them to I pair them, and then I allow them to go for maybe 2 months, reasonably dry, and then I start hiking the humidity, and that generally gets them to drop their sacs. Now, I think I've mentioned this in my videos before. Everyone tends to keep Balfouried really dry. I don't. I keep my Balfouri around about 60-70% humidity, and they thrive. I mean, they absolutely thrive. I don't. They're not a dry species as such. And I keep my GBBs exactly the same. They all do the same thing. So yes, an interesting thing when we were saying about for like new people and the information that's out there, it's that's a good example, because that's the sort of thing that I would get a grilling over. They'd be like, "What are you talking about? You don't know nothing. Everyone knows these are a dry species." The only reason everyone knows they're a dry species is because everyone keeps regurgitating the same old crap. That is it. That's the bottom line. They're just regurgitating, and a lot of this regurgitation is coming from people who don't even keep Balfouri. They've never even had one. So it's breaking away the chaff, as it were, and getting to the real crux of what's going on.
Yeah.
And that's the key for the new people. That's the beginners. That's the way to go. But yeah, I mean, if you're reading that, that's what I do, and it works. Message me if you want, and we can run through it, and I'll tell you what I do. But yeah, it's a thing. Yeah.
I remember you commented on one of my videos with my Balfouris with that suggestion of giving them a water bowl or water dish, and at least watering one side of the enclosure to hike that humidity up a bit.
Yeah.
And also the other advice with spraying the web, which encourages them to actually come out as well.
Yeah, I noticed a lot more people are doing that now, aren't they?
Yeah. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, because you often get people comment, "Oh, I've had my commune for 6 months. I ain't seen one yet." And you're like, "Why is this? Why are you not seeing them?" There's got to be a reason there if you're not seeing them. So you change things a little bit, don't you? And you find out the little keys that open the doors, and and you get on, don't you? But no, it's cool. That's brilliant. Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. You see, he was considering the humidity, and whether it's there. Sometimes it's just making that little step and doing it because you're not quite sure. You sort of sit there and you think, "Oh, everyone tells me it's got to be dry. If I make it wet, it's not going to work, is it? That's going to make it bad." And
it makes sense because it's such a small island, and it's a warm island. You're going to have a lot of humidity from the sea.
Yep. They also get quite a lot of rainfall as well.
So yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. I think it's. I think sometimes it's good to step away, have a think about it in a logical sense, and then go from there. That's what I try and do. I look at it and I just try and think logically. If this would happen, if that would happen. It's like when I clean my glasses. I think I'd done a video months back. I open all of my cages up, all my enclosures. I open them all up at once, and I go around. And everyone was up in arms. They were like, "Oh my God, how the hell did you do this? How can you keep all this?" I'm like, "Well, do you know what? They're all quite happy where they are.
Yeah.
None of them feel like they need to go and walk about or do anything. And occasionally, my Metallicas are the worst actually. If I spray the enclosure before I do the glass, I guarantee they will come out and have a look. So I'll be like at one end of the room, and then I'll look up, and the other end of the room, all my Metallicas are out on the doors, and they're all like, "Hey, what's going on here?" And sometimes you've got Metallica females, adult females, that are sitting no more than 3 or 4 inches away from another adult female in another cage, and they're all in the open, so they can get at one another if they really, really wanted to, but they'll sit there, and I just go up, and I'm probably going around spraying my doors, getting ready to scrape them, and I just give them a little tap with my thing, and I'll put them all back in, and I'll get back in there, and then guarantee by the time I get back the other end, they're all back out again. So it's sort of you just relax and have a bit of fun with them, bit of fun. But yeah, you got to enjoy what you do.
Yeah.
So, Dave, when you get home from work, then, man, is it like straight into the beastie room?
I wish. I wish. Do you know what? It's
Or are you cooking? Are you cooking dinner and stuff?
no. My duties are washer upper. The wife does the cooking. I do all the cleaning up afterwards. We always have done that for 20+ years. That's always been the way. Very rare I cook. I can do a good roast beans on toast.
Roast beans on toast.
I do a cracking bowl of soup. Yeah, any flavour you require, I can normally find. Yeah, that's about as good as it gets. But no, I think the big thing now, since the channel, and it's even like doing live streams. People, sometimes I get invited onto live streams, and I always have to say, like, it's purely down to time, because I love doing them, and I love chatting with people that have got similar interests and that. I really do enjoy it, and but time is always my biggest issue. And at the moment, I find with my videos, I get an awful lot of comments on my videos, and I get an awful lot of stuff through Messenger as well. It's constant. I'm actually not allowed to have my phone on normal anymore. It has to be on silent, because it's constantly bing, 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 and it goes mad. It drives her nuts, which I can quite understand. She's trying to sit and watch the telly or do something, and all it is going is my phone pinging away. So, and even down to my computer, if I've got the computer on my lap in the front room, I have to have all the volume off and muted and everything, because it's constantly binging away. And so I have to manage my time now. So what I do is I have a video go out on Monday and a video go out on Thursday. So Monday nights, I can't do anything at all. It is purely down to answering questions and stuff like that. And Thursday nights is exactly the same. I can't do anything at all. Yeah. Tuesday nights, I get in my room and I do a small amount of feeding of my slings and stuff normally. Yeah. And Wednesdays is normally a good free day for me, so I can really crack on with, if I want to do a bit of breeding or something like that. Yeah. I'll try and do that. And then weekends is my maintenance days. So I go through and do all my tanks and bits and pieces. But I've got it all down to quite a fine art. I can do all of my glasses in my whole of my room in under an hour.
Wow,
and they'll all be done. And that's all my glasses, all my water dishes, and all of my plant spraying, all done in under an hour. So I don't hang about. To be honest, I don't hang about. I've got such a, and this is what I was saying before about I'm quite anal in my structure, in how I do things. Yeah. So I always start by opening the same door every week. I always end watering the same plant every week, and it's just the routine that I have. But it works because I can do that and answer my phone and talk to the missus and still not forget anything, because it's so structured. I do it, on autopilot, if you like. And I don't get nothing run out or escape, and occasionally I get the odd spider that might be a little bit finicky or whatever, but then we work around that, so I learn how to deal with that without spooking it or doing whatever. And we just go along. And it's like with when I'm about to pair something, I like to make sure all my glass is spotless, because I want to film the pairing. So what I do is the day before I intend on pairing a specific female, I will clean all of her glass the day before.
So you can see all the way around.
Yeah. So I've upset her today because I've been a little bit intrusive and, knocked all the cobwebs out and done all the bits.
Yeah.
But then she'll settle down and she'll have the evening to sort herself out. The following day, I can then concentrate on filming her because everything is all set, and she's calm again now as well. She's settled again. So I get a good true behaviour from her. Whereas if I went in, cleaned it all, then threw a male in there, she's already pissed off before she's met him, and and I'm not going to get the opportunities that I want. So, and the chances are I'll probably lose my male as well. So it's all about thinking a little bit in front to where you want to be and what you want to do. And by doing that, it generally doesn't always work. You know, don't get me wrong. It's occasionally we get the odd male get munched. But I think I've done, I always breed my spiders. I always breed at least twice, sometimes 3 times if I'm not 100% sure, but generally always twice. And I think since beginning of November, I've probably done somewhere in the region of 50 pairings since then, and we've lost 2 males.
Wow,
it's not bad going.
That is some going.
Yeah, so I think it's by planning what you want to do, getting your spiders in that right condition, food wise, everything else, getting everything in place before you attempt the big breed. Often helps. You know, it works out.
I'll be honest. You know, you've just said it often helps. I think it always helps. I think when I'm the same. I've been breeding mantis for as long as I can remember now, and there's one thing that you do. You go through the same sort of rituals. You know, the feeding, the build up towards the actual breeding. You know, it's not just a case of I'm going to breed whatever species tomorrow. I'm just going to breed tomorrow. I'm just going to have a go. You know, that's going to end in failure nearly every time. You've got to think. You've got to be thinking. I'm going to think about breeding this female maybe in 2 weeks, or depending on the species, maybe a week before, 2 weeks before, sometimes longer. You know, you've got to run up. You've got to think about feeding them the right amount, getting them in the right situation, getting them housed. If they need to be rehoused in order to optimize conditions, then you need to do that in plenty of time beforehand. And it's the feeding. I find the feeding routine is really, really important, especially, I don't know about tarantulas, but for mantis, it's all about getting that run up, getting them just right, you know, timing the feeding right up to the point where you know you're going to introduce that male. It doesn't always work out, like you've said, but you will increase your chances almost 100-fold of success and getting the male out without the female having him. Having that preparation, like I say, for a few weeks beforehand, and thinking about the conditions and the feeding, and how you're going to approach it. Every species is different, you know. It's not always just a case of putting the male in with the female or doing whatever. You know, you've got to think about all the different species. They've got different ways of attitudes, different personalities. They've got different ways of approaching things. So all these factors you have to factor in, and that comes with experience. Like you've just said, you've been doing this a long time. You breed 50 species. You were saying you've been pairing up this last year or so. And you've probably been doing that for years, you know. So you kind of learn to get tuned in. Unless it's a brand new species, that's a whole different ball game, obviously. But when it's species that you've bred before, you've bred numerous times or whatever, it's like you know the run up. You know, it's a well trodden path that you follow, and it almost becomes second nature to be tuned into this species. You know how they're going to react. You know what it takes to get a successful breeding. So,
I think with the breeding side of things, I know for me, my females are permanently being conditioned. So all the time, even when I'm not breeding them, I'm conditioning them all the time. So, and I think this is where a lot of pairings go wrong. Is they get a spider. It might be a new spider that you've just got in, and straight away they go, I'm going to breed this. So you've got no dates of molts or anything else. You've got no idea what the background is for this particular spider. So it's a bit of a hit and miss thing. So you might well pair it, and you might get an egg sac from it if you're lucky. You know, it could all work out well, but you've not learned anything. You've not achieved anything really. I put that down to more of a luck thing. But if you start with a spider that you got your female and you feed her through and you get a molt. So now you've got some background information. Now you start to prepare her ready for breeding. And as Sidex was saying earlier on, he's managed the pairings, but he can't get them to drop. So it's not always about the pairing. Sometimes it's the getting them to drop is the hard part.
Yeah.
You know. So now we have to find the key that opens that door. Now, so what I do with mine is all of my females are conditioned all the time, every day. And then how I change that up and down, I can change the tempo of that conditioning through food. Very rare do I adjust temperatures. Very, very rare. It's generally on a static temperature all the time, all year round. So I don't bother with night times and daytimes. I don't bother with any of that. But food is the big key. And what you're looking for is, if you look at a spider in the wild, one of the key things that sets them off is food. So most animals in the wild won't breed unless food is plentiful. So what you're doing is you're changing the hormones in them by the food. So you can keep them on a good maintenance diet. Then what I do then is, while they're in that maintenance diet, I will slightly bump them up just a little bit to give them that little bit extra body weight. Then I pair them, but you're looking at a very small amount. You can't really see it. It's something you feel for you rather than you see.
Yeah.
And then I pair them. Then I keep them on that maintenance diet. Then I start flushing them with food.
Yeah.
And then you'll find then you can see their body weight increase, because now they're getting abundance of food. That abundance of food is not only making them fat, it's telling their hormones this is a fantastic time of year to have a baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now,
to provide for babies, then.
exactly. So that when them babies come into the world, they're coming into a world that there's an abundance of food supply. That's what the hormone is telling them. So now now all you got to look at is, right, your food's there, so your hormones are working. Now we've got to find the key to get the bloody sack out. Get the key to find the sack. So, and that can well become with humidity, like it is with a Balfouri. I find I bang my humidity up. 9 times out of 10, they'll drop relatively quick. You know, and so then I cut the food out altogether now, because we don't want to feed them because we've got a sack. The last thing we want to do is disturb them in any way. And the simplest thing, a mealworm crawling over a sack is enough to destroy it. Yeah. So, you know, we don't want to take any chances. So we knock it all on the head. And then we go through the whole thing. And hopefully she don't eat it, you know, and it all comes out good. And then you go down the road then of, do you make, for argument's sake, the advanced decision to pull the sack and look after the youngsters yourself? Or do you leave it to nature and let her do it, and then you pull the slings when all the work has been done? You know, now you've got a sling, you've got more chance of raising a sling than you have an egg. So, you know, you work it out to what suits you and where you are in the hobby sort of thing. Yeah. But yeah, I think a lot of people think conditioning can all be done in a week or two, and I find it's better if I do it all the time.
Yeah, well, that's
a constant thing.
Yeah, I think that's the most. I think that's the most natural thing you can do, because there's nothing more unnatural than growing your female from a young age in very stable conditions for right up until the point it's an adult and ready to be bred, and then all of a sudden changing the conditions because Dave's Beasties says that these are the conditions this female, this species is supposed to be in. So therefore I must change the conditions to suit whatever somebody else has said. When that female actually has never had those conditions, and then all of a sudden you're changing it right at the last minute, like you've just said, is the worst thing you could possibly do. Not saying it doesn't work, it'll never work like that, but you're going to get a lot more chance of success if you just keep that female in those conditions that you want it for all year round, like you said. It can only be a more natural way of approaching the situation, I think.
If you look at it in a logical sense, and you look at it and you think, right, where did the information come from? So 9 times out of 10, the information on temperatures, relative humidity, all this sort of stuff has come from the weather forecast in that country. Yeah. So someone goes on there and they type in Google and they say, what's the weather forecast in Cuba? And it says, temperatures are up in 35 degrees. Temperature is 92%. That's exactly where my spider comes from. So in this time of year, that's the temperatures we want. That's the humidity we're after. And then, I know, I need to find out what the winter is. So they Google it again, what's it in Cuba? And it turns around and says, it gives you another set of figures. So then they take them away and they say, right, this is the optimum conditions for your spider. Well, is it heck? It's never going to be. Because I don't care what the temperature is on the beach, because my spider lived up in the mountain. So your temperature means nothing to me anymore, and your humidity is way gone. So let's forget all about that. And then we sit there and they go, well, it's in a really hot condition. This is why it's 3 foot under the ground. This is why you need 3 foot of substrate, because it don't like the heat. Well, we haven't got them conditions. What you got to think of is you cannot, in your wildest dreams, you will not replicate the wild state in your 12 by 12 by 18 glass tank. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. And the quicker people in the hobby get the idea that you cannot replicate the wild conditions, and this means temperatures, humidity, and everything else. And this is why I always say to people, you're working on a set of guidelines. Don't chase the numbers.
Yeah.
Sit there, they go on about relative rainfall. Who gives a damn whether it rains 2 inches or 6 foot in a year? It's not raining like that in my enclosure. And I can't replicate that either. Yeah. We've done it with frogs in the past, You get certain frogs will only breed in a rainstorm. So we've had to replicate a rainstorm to get our frogs to get into condition to breed, And it's an absolute ball ache. But you know what? 9 times out of 10, it's not because we set up a rain system. It's because we hit a little bit of luck somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
And they kicked off.
Yeah.
So it's very, very much about reading between the lines and learning yourself where the triggers are and how you can achieve them.
Yeah.
Well, I was saying to Mitch before, like you were just saying then about going to the country and then checking what weather it is there. If you know roughly where the tarantula actually comes from, not said like Costa Rica, but an actual place in Costa Rica, you can get a somewhat guideline for you to be able to work from yourself, rather than it says, right, it's going to be this at this time of year. It's got to be that in my enclosure. But you've got a little bit of information to go on. The problem with these that don't have much information on there on the internet.
Yeah. The big problem is the information that's gathered like that it comes from the climatic changes within that country. Where the problem lies is that your spider, this will sound backwards, but your spider that you got in Costa Rica doesn't live in that country. No. It lives in that country in a different microclimate. Yeah. So, this is what I'm saying, like, the temperatures in a particular part in Costa Rica, they're all well and good. There can only be a guideline, because where that spider particularly lives, that is a different microclimate.
Yeah.
It's a bit like, the easiest way I can explain it is like when you go sunbathing on the beach. Yeah. If you lay down on a beach and the sun's beaming down and you feel comfortable, but it's warm, you can feel the heat, it's warm. And you sit there and you get a little breeze over you every now and again. It feels lovely, doesn't it? It's really enjoyable. Then all of a sudden, a bit of totty walks by, so you sit up to have a better look, and all of a sudden now you're like, Jesus Christ, it's bloody hot, isn't it? All you've done, your head has moved from ground level to 3 foot in the air, and all of a sudden now you are sweating. Whereas 2 seconds ago, it felt comfortable because you're laying down. And that's the difference in air temperature, 3 foot. And that's what you've done. But it hit your body like an absolute tornado.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm saying. So when you were laying down, you were in your own microclimate. Now all of a now you sat up, you're in Costa Rican weather. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so it's like it's trying to use the information as a guideline, because that is all it is. It's not the exact. We need to find out what that microclimate was giving, and that's where it all gets shady.
Yeah.
And that's where we learn the triggers, as it is, because that's what they are. They're the triggers. The trigger is the microclimate. So it's very it all sounds very complicated and thingy, but we're all capable of doing it, and it's just about asking the question when you're trying to set something up, is looking at it and thinking of it in a logical sense, do a little bit more, a bit more research, and find out that actually your particular spider spends 90% of his time underneath rocks. So now straight away you know that 30 plus degrees temperature isn't going to be effective anymore.
No.
But the humidity might be. There might be a much higher humidity down there, although it'd be a lot lower temperature.
Yeah.
So it's all about looking into them little tiny bits and pieces and
what I think you explained in your actual humidity video, wasn't it? That all the different like the confusions, if you like, where people thinking that to get a higher humidity you need to start raising your temperatures, but it don't always work like that.
No. I think humidity has been. Do you know what? I get hammered a lot for humidity. Everyone badgers me about humidity. It's humidity is something you can't see. So it's something that's in the air. Now, most people think if I can see moisture in my enclosure, I've got high humidity. No, you haven't got high humidity. What you got is a wet enclosure.
Yeah.
So you've got to step away from that. And this is when people, it worries me a little bit when you hear people say, spray your enclosure twice a day. 9 times out of 10, if you sprayed your enclosure twice a day, you'll have a swimming pool by the end of the week.
Oh, yeah.
So, but a new person says, but he said spray it twice a day. But he didn't mention that, actually, my enclosure's got 0 ventilation. So where the hell's all this going? It's not. It's just going round and round and round in circles inside there. It's got no escape. If you've got, like my enclosures have all got mesh tops, so I get a real good rise in humidity, and I can play around with it an awful lot, purely because of the way they're designed. But I don't tend to have any cross ventilation, so I rely on the fully topped mesh tops, and I rely on my ambient room temperature to give me the humidity that I want, and I can adjust that to a degree in each of my enclosures. But the real optimizing factor is I can only adjust it within certain levels, because my optimum room humidity is at a set grade. So like if in my incubator at the moment, my incubator is reading 56% humidity. My nursery pots will be 100%.
Yeah, because there's no ventilation at all.
Yeah, because they're set in there, so they're running on the temperature within the things. They're in their own ecosystem, if you like. Any slings that I have in there in the pots will be running closer to that 56% than what my nursery pots are running at 100%. Yeah, so so you can change things by how you do it, but it's not it's something that takes a little bit of time to get your head around and understand. And to be fair here, the vast majority of people that I speak to don't fully understand what humidity actually is and how it works.
Yeah.
And and this is what I was trying to say earlier on about the Sabah blues in the pots, that you don't actually want moist substrate in there. You want to dry it out, and they do better. But all your information will tell you they're a high humidity spider. When I'm housing my adults, I will tell you they're a high humidity spider. So you would naturally assume that slings need a high humidity because they're a high humidity spider, but they don't. They're at the opposite end of the scale. So it's understanding the values of humidity and what it gives you in different scenarios and how you can optimize that for the best results that you require for that particular thing you want to do. So you can change it. And the problem is people think humidity is a single object. You know, it's a single thing. It's not. It can be molded and turned and changed to fit your desired idea of what you need, you know, but you need to understand what it is to be able to manipulate it.
Yeah. Like saying it's just the slight changes that you do. So like reducing ventilation or increasing ventilation, whichever way you need to go.
Yeah. I mean, a classic example is the Celedonia. When the Celadonias first came on the market, they were fetching £500-600 a sling. Really, really expensive. Now, I got some when they'd been on the market about 2 years, I think. And I bought 5, and I think they cost me, they were just under £100 each. So it was a massive investment for me. You know, I sort of looked at it and I was like, bloody hell, these are a lot of money. But I fancied the idea of the challenge. And I waited until I was lucky enough. I came into a good deal with a couple of other people, and there was a bulk buy, so we got them a little bit cheaper. And it all went. But I got my 5 home, and I was like, wow, what am I going to do with these? I've never had these before. There was no information on them, really. But the key thing was, everyone was saying, keep them well moist. You know, they like it really, really high. Well, I followed that information, and within the first week, I've lost one. And then I think something like 3-4 weeks later, I lost another one. I was like, Jesus Christ, these are dropping off flies. You know what I mean? My investment is going out the window, and I'm feeling real poor at the minute. And so I just sat there and I couldn't get my head around what was going on, but everyone was all saying the same things. And in the end, I just stepped away from it and I thought, no, do you know what? Stick with your own gut instinct and do what you think is right. So I thought to myself, what's the difference between a Celedonia and an Avic? Not a great deal, really.
Just size, isn't it? That's all.
Yeah, they're very, very similar. Now, at the same time, you had everyone saying keep your Avics in high humidity, but they were constantly going on about spraying them and all this. And every time you looked at an enclosure on the net or on Facebook, it's always bloody wet. You know, this is how you keep your Avics tip-top condition. Well, I knew that as bullshit. And I sort of sit there and think, well, hang on. I used to cringe when I saw that stuff. And I was thinking to myself, no, I keep all my Avics dry. And I don't worry about cross-ventilation because they're dry, so they don't need the cross-ventilation as such. The only reason you need cross-ventilation is because in your enclosure, it's like bloody Mountain of the Gorillas, isn't it? You know, it's like fucking mist in the gorillas. You know, you're looking for this fog where you've got so much bleeding rain, and Christ knows what's going on.
Yeah.
So I stepped away and I thought, no, I'm going to keep my Celadonias dry. The minute I put them on dry, they flourished, they flew.
Yeah.
And I've even got now, I don't know if you can see this, it's difficult to see, but that's a Celedonia in there, and that's in a sling pot, and that is bone dry.
Yeah.
Absolutely bone dry. Even the moss in there is dry. But that little Celedonia, you can see him, he's doing there, he's doing really well. Nothing wrong with him.
Yeah.
Now, when I put up online, people asked me with the Celadonias, I put up online, I said, nah, keep them dry. They were all like, Jesus Christ, I thought you knew a thing or two. What the hell are you talking about? You know? And you're like, trust me, keep them dry. And those that have followed that have still got babies now. You know? So it's sort of, it's understanding where it all goes and understanding what you need. And if you think about it, it all comes back to thinking about things logically. If you think about it in a logical way, how on earth are you going to maintain a climate of any description that's between wet and dry in a sling pot?
Yeah.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible.
Yeah.
You've either got to make a decision, do I keep it really wet or do I keep it dry? Because you can't really keep it in the middle.
No.
You know. And then when you take that away again, and then you think to yourself, Jesus Christ, he said that I got to keep that at 78 degrees Fahrenheit. How the fuck am I going to get 78 degrees in that sling pot?
Yeah.
you know, and they're panicking over this stuff, and they're like, and then you know, and they sort of like they go, oh, we said 80% humidity. How do you? I've even had people say to me, how do you read the humidity in your sling pots? Because I can't get 80%, and I'm like, are you serious now? I know the question, but you know, are you?
I know.
Yeah. So when you break it down in a logical sense, you start to pick things out of it, and you suddenly think to yourself, "Ah, do you know what? Yeah, you're right. You cannot replicate these things in the things that we've got.
No.
So you have to find another way, don't you?"
Yeah. I mean, when you're just spraying something once every few days, the gradient is so great. You know, you're going from like 30-40% humidity, which is almost like your room humidity. You spray it, it's going to go right up to like 80% in that first 20 minutes. You're going to, so you've gone from a relatively low humidity right up to a massively high humidity, and then obviously it's going to fall down back down from 70-80% down to 30-40% over a space of a few days, and then you start the process again. So for people to say, you know, I mean, I get this a lot with Mantis. People just like they're messaging me saying, they're sending me photos of their hygrometers, and it's saying like, I can't get it down from this. It's like 85%. Is it going to kill me, Mantis? It's like, well, no. When did you spray it? Well, I sprayed it about 10 minutes ago. Well, you know, I mean, don't worry. It's gonna calm down. You know, over time. It's impossible. But you know, I read online that it said I must keep it at 75%. This is why I was saying to you earlier. People get hung up on those numbers. It's like 7%. I must keep it at 75% all the time. It's impossible, and also it's not healthy for the insect. It's not healthy for. It's probably not healthy for an insect to have maintain temperature 24 degrees, humidity 60%, day and night for its whole life. That's just not natural. And people who go around saying 24 degrees, 70% humidity, that's it. There's no wonder people run in trouble all the time, because in nature, obviously, nothing's set in stone. There's no temperature that's set at any particular temperature.
No, it's constantly fluctuating, isn't it?
You can
constantly fluctuate.
Yeah, you can maintain a level. I mean, and this is the thing, you know, it's like for me, my room, I maintain at a level, but there's gradients within that level depending on where I am in my room. So you know, so I can get a 10-degree difference between top and bottom in my room.
Yeah, exactly.
Huge. That is huge.
Yeah.
Now, so you know, you can play around with stuff and you can change things around, but it's getting the understanding of what, you know, actions will create different reactions.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, and it's you've got to get used to. You've got to get a feel for the environment that you're keeping everything in. It's like I was just looking now. I've got a temperature gauge here, 21.7 degrees, 43% humidity. Literally on the same shelf, just here, which is about 2 feet away from where one of my heaters is, 24.3 degrees, and it's on the same shelf. If I drop that thermometer down onto the floor, that's going to drop by at least 1 or 2 degrees, probably about 2 degrees. If I put it up there, you know, it's going to go up by another degree or so. So once you understand those variations in your bug room, you can then keep different species on different levels and moving things around. And that's what most sensible keepers do, isn't it? You know, they understand that there are different levels. There's a complete spectrum, a whole range of conditions to be had. As long as you understand what the conditions are and understand which species require different conditions, you can just strategically place different species in different parts of the bug room, and it'll just do all the work for you. You don't have to then do anything extra.
All you need to do is follow between general common sense guidelines, and then just work it out and find out your own system. you know, and that's where it all gets tricky, because everyone's doing the same thing but very, very differently, and they're all aiming for the same goal, but we're all achieving different results. And this is because everybody's setup is entirely different. We had this with Scott last week, and they were talking about humidity, and most of what I keep are subtropical spiders, so they're all humidity dependent, if you like. They all like a good humidity, but I could show you any one of my tanks now, and they're all bone dry, but their humidity levels are high.
Yeah.
And this was something that we were chatting about, and I was trying to explain about understanding about humidity. Humidity isn't a wetness; it's in the air, and that is what your spider is thriving on. Is that air, that the quality of that air. So that doesn't necessarily mean that your substrate needs to be wet, your moss needs to be wet. All of this stuff, I could take a piece of like toilet tissue paper, which is high moisture stuff, isn't it? I could literally lay that down in any of my tanks, and it wouldn't even go damp. It would come out as dry as it went in.
Yeah.
You know, and that's because it's dry. But if I was to put one of my little temperature gauges in there, it will tell you exactly what humidity is, and I guarantee it will be anywhere from, generally speaking, anywhere from 65 to 80% humidity.
Yeah.
But your tissue paper would tell you it's bone dry.
Yeah.
And that's because it's in the air. The air is what we're measuring. We're not measuring the surroundings. You know, we're measuring the air. So it's
and then you've got the whole concept of the fossorial species as well, which obviously, if they're burrowed down into a hole that's, you know, about 30 centimeters deep or whatever, you know, the humidity down there is going to be completely irrelevant to, you know, the difference between the humidity at the top and the humidity down in that hole is just going to be completely irrelevant.
Well, that's it. You can open that enclosure and see that it's dry on top and think, oh, it needs more moisture. But you don't know how much moisture is already in that ground underneath that, you know, inch or so that's dry on top.
Well, see, this is one of them things that I always put out. I've done quite a bit of on the videos with the fossorial spiders. We're not looking now at measuring air humidity, because that's not so important with our fossorial spider, because he's living at a depth. So what you do there is, rather than trying to measure the humidity level in your enclosure, because you're measuring up here and your spider's down here. So we're two different things. It's a bit like taking a temperature in the top of my room and taking one on the floor. Massive differences. So what I do with mine now is I look at my soil. So if I've got like one of my Komodos, and there's 6 inches of soil in that Komodo, the top, which is dry, because I keep it dry, will be really, really light coloured. As you go down the soil, it will get darker and darker and darker. And this is how you measure your humidity and moisture content in the lower regions of your tank. All you do is you look at the glass and you look at the different colour in that soil. And I can show you that on any of my tanks, and you can see the difference in that colour. Now, so what we're doing now is, you will see they will still go down the same route. They will still turn around and say, spray your enclosure twice a day, you know, and this will keep your high humidity fossorial spider happy. Because he lives underground, he's always in a damp environment. Well, you constantly spray it, you'll just end up with a wet environment once again. If you look at the colour of your soil and you think to yourself, I can see the difference. On the top, it's really, really light coloured, and as it goes deeper, it gets darker. I want to maintain that level of colour balance now. So all I do now is, I don't need to spray the tank. I can literally water down the front edge or down the sides, all along the edges, and I can watch that water go through the soil and change in colour as it goes to the bottom. and then I can stop it before it hits the bottom, or I can flood the bottom. I can do whatever I want to do. But then all I do then is I get it where I want it, and then tomorrow I have a little look at it, and I'm like, that's still the same colour, that's fine. I look at it again in a week's time, and I'm like, still the same colour. Perfectly fine. We don't need to touch that. 3 weeks down the line, I look at it, and I'm like, that lightness is creeping down the tank now. I'll add a little bit of water. I'll put a little bit more colour. I'll put a little bit more colour in that tank, is what I say to myself. And I just add a little bit of water. And what I've done now is change the colour of my substrate again back to where I like it.
Yeah.
You know? And that is how you keep humidity in a fossorial spider.
Yeah. Perfect.
But everyone else, what they'll do is they'll look at it and they look in the top of that thing and they're like, bloody hell, it's bone dry. I don't like to look at that.
Yeah.
So
they just make you pain.
Yeah, but what they've done is they were looking at it all along, but they didn't think about it.
Yeah.
They just sit there and think, oh well, the care sheet says spray it twice a day.
Yeah.
I guess that's what I did. They don't answer the question. So to me, a good keeper always looks at what's in front of him or her and asks the question. You know, why is this happening? Why is that plant died? Why is that water bowl empty?
Yeah.
You know? And you sit there and you think to yourself, do you know what? That water bowl is always empty. Why is that? That spider must drink a bloody lot. And then you find out that that fancy bowl that you bought that's supposed to look like a natural piece of cork bark from the forest, you know, don't actually hold water, does it? No. It leaks out the bottom of the bloody place, you know. It dissipates in the space of about an hour.
Yeah. It doesn't take long.
Yeah, no.
It doesn't take long.
The funny thing is I can put one of them bowls in my tank and I can put one of my milk bottle top lids. My milk bottle top lids will still have water in it 3 days later. I go back and check my fancy bowl that I bought at the show for $5. It ain't got water in it an hour later.
Yeah.
And you know, but the dark thing is so many people would look at that and go, bugger me, he's a thirsty spider. And they keep topping it up. So in turn, they keep flooding their tank. Because you say to them, you know, you're flooding the tank. They go, no, I never let it overflow. No, you don't. It just keeps all out the bottom. You know?
Yeah.
And then they look at it and then they're like, how come, you know, 3 weeks down the line, they're like, my substrate's soaking wet. I'm going to have to rehouse this bloody thing. Must be pissing about it. It's because of all that drinking it does. Do you know what I mean? They don't ask the question. You've got to ask the question.
Yeah. So, what is it about those really expensive, not so natural looking resin dishes that makes the water evaporate so quickly?
Oh. I bought a bunch of them. A friend of mine gave up, and he was very much into. He liked all the little knickknacks and bits and pieces, you know. And I'm just a tight ass, basically. You know, I can get a milk bottle lid for nothing, so that's good enough for me. And when he gave up, he brought around a box of these things, and there was all these fancy. I've got some here actually. You got these? You've probably seen these ones. Where's the thing? Yeah, you've seen these. They're supposed to look like a bit of a tree thing.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I reckon I've probably got about a dozen of these, and I think only one of them holds water. The rest of them absorb the water, and it all disappears. They are absolutely bloody useless. But you know what? You go to the show, and they look fancy, but they cost you £3 a piece.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Absolutely useless.
Yeah, probably more than that. So, Ala Dave there, look, there you go. Look, bottle tops, man. There you go. Bottle tops. Oh, I've got loads, man. I've got loads. I've got a bag full. Look at that. I don't drink. I don't buy bottled drinks, Dave. So I got a bag. I got a bag off eBay. Do you know how much they cost, man? They cost me about £3. I'll have some of that. I'm also I'm saving my milk bottle tops like Ala Dave. Ever since I've seen you, Dave, with your hot gluing your water dishes to top up a piece of cork bark, which I have you know, I've seen so many care videos now and rehousing videos of people doing what you do. Just
Standard
that little
practice.
bit of hot glue to side of a piece of corkboard, man. Everybody's doing it, Dave. Everybody's doing it. Look. We're all doing it, Dave. We're all doing the Dave.
Yeah, standard practice, that.
It's mad, isn't it? It's mad.
You're a trendsetter, Dave. I've got to say, though, Dave, I've got to say.
Make great water dishes for the bigger teas.
The what, sorry?
Dow Egbert jars.
Yes, yeah. I think the only commercial one I use, the only commercial bowl I use now are these. This is my dirty pot down here, where I keep all my washing. Is these ones?
See you, Francis.
They're the only ones I actually buy and use, and I really like these. These are really good, especially for some of the bigger stuff. They're really cool.
So what are they? Sorry.
They're Pro Rep.
Oh right, okay. So they are a commercial one, right? Yeah.
Okay. These are the only commercial ones that I actually use.
Yeah.
And they're just a plastic one, and they're like £2 each. So they're pretty cheap, you know.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. See you later, Francis. Thanks for tuning in, man. See you later, buddy. Yeah. So well, I just use them. I use bottle tops. I just that's about it, really. So
I can remember about a year ago, someone was telling me I should sell my water dishes. Do you know what? If I'd realised so many people were going to follow it, I should have sold them.
Dave, some monkey will buy them. Man. Buy this stuff, man. Honestly, if you can buy leaves that somebody's collected from the forest, you can buy that on eBay. You can buy dirt.
Yeah.
You can buy any kind of dirt.
Yeah.
Buy from eBay, man. Any kind of dirt.
Work.
Leaves, anything you want, man. People will buy it. There's always numbers out there that'll buy this stuff.
Do you know the worst of it is? Do you know the worst of it is? I've spent over a year telling everyone, go out and collect your own stuff. You know? Yeah. I've been doing it for years. I've literally been doing it for years. And I've been telling everyone now, since I've had the channel, go out and collect your own stuff. But now, the worst of it is, you got half of them have gone out collecting and they're selling it to the other half. The trick is somewhere. Oh dear. So now all the big shops have like, do you know what? He's onto something there. I know. We'll employ a bunch of people to go and collect these leaves. We'll bag them up and we'll put them.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I am going to do this year, Dave. I'm going to go out and I'm going to try and find some of that luminous, iridescent green moss that you seem to be able to find. I don't know where you get that from, man. But it's. Are you sure you're not dipping it in some kind of radioactive material before you put it in your honestly,
it's not bioactive, it's radioactive.
That's the one, yeah. Radioactive.
Honestly, man, I see your videos, David, and I see that moss that you put in those tanks, and I think, where the hell is Dave getting this moss from? And I know you go out and find it. You're obviously going to some secret, untouched part of the world that nobody else has access to. And it's the most beautiful, lush green moss that anybody's ever seen before, ever. And I've never seen moss like it anywhere, man. But you seem to be able to have it in abundance.
We just need to go a couple of miles out of Leeds, Mitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You're right. This is going to be our mission.
I tell you what. I'll tell you a little secret. Mind you, it won't be a bloody secret. We're on the internet. It's go. You must have conifer plantations near you.
Yeah.
If you travel to a conifer plantation, go there. Yeah. But you don't want to be where they're all still before they've thinned them out. So you want to go to like the edges of the plantation where the light gets in, and you will find that real good moss.
Yeah.
But that's the key. You won't find it if you go to like an oak woodland, or I mean, like for me, I'm surrounded by the New Forest, so I'm in a cracking part of the world, really. But you know what? The moss in there is crap, rubbish,
Right.
absolutely rubbish. But if you go to a standard conifer plantation, and then go to the parts where there's a little bit more light, and it's always damp, because 9 times out of 10 they put them in damp areas because they can't do bugger all else with it. So you've got that dampness, you've got everything else, you've got a light, and you'll find that really lush moss.
Yeah.
And that's the place to go. And if you go this time of year is cracking time of year to get it.
Yeah, there you go, Gav. Are we going on a field trip, Gav? We're going to go. We're going to go.
Yep.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it, Dave. We're going to go and find some moss, and we're going to come back, and we're going to show you what we've got and see if it lives up to your expectations.
You're going to bring the load back and sell it, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm going to collect a load of leaves, and I'm going to collect a load of soil and dirt, and I'm going to sell it. I actually do sell. I do sell soil on my website. I sell it. I sell it £1 a bag. I buy like 50-litre bags of like coir, topsoil, all sorts, vermiculite. I mix it all together, and then I sell it. I sell it at about a 500% profit.
Really?
Yeah, man.
You're a criminal, man. You're a criminal.
It's when people buy mantis in it, and they just need that little bit of substrate for bottom, and that's
I just sell a bag. I just sell like a half-litre bag of substrate. It's like it's the unseen universe concoction of it's like bioactive soil. Put a few springtails in there, a bit of vermiculite, a bit of topsoil, a bit of coir. I sell it in like 5, half-litre bags. And when people buy vivariums off me, they buy the vivarium. They need the substrate. They need the sticks and stuff to go in it, and then they buy the mantis or the spider or whatever, and they can buy everything, you see, in one go. So it's more about that, really. It just happens to turn a good profit.
Well, do you know what? If it works, there's no harm, is there? Really, you got to do it. And I think it's funny. I mean, I've had people message me, and they've been like, if I pay, can you send me some moss?
Yeah.
And I feel a bit guilty about it, because I sort of think, oh God, how can you put a price on a bit of moss? I don't really know what to do. And they've sort of like, I've had people say like I'll send you 50 quid and you just send me some. And I'm like, 50 quid? Really? And I'm like, oh, I haven't really got time. I haven't really got time. I'm sorry. And it's all because they've either got they don't know where to go and find it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or maybe they just haven't got the time. Maybe time doesn't allow them to get out there and do it.
It's true. That's why I sell the substrate to go with everything else, because people don't want and often people don't want large quantities. They don't want to have to buy a massive like 2-litre sack of substrate. They just want enough to put in the vivarium that I've sold them. So they often just want a small amount. So people are willing to pay. It's like you say, a lot of people just either ain't got the inclination, or they either don't know where to start. They're brand new in the hobby, and they want somebody to just say, this is what you need, and I can give it to you in all the right amounts to get you going. And that's all people want. People who have only just got 1 or 2 inverts, or it's their first ever invert. I sell a lot of mantis and others and spiders and stuff to people who have never even had a bug before. I get emails saying, I had no idea that I could keep a praying mantis or a spider in my house until I watched one of your videos, and they're like, what do I do? How do I do it? What do I need? And then I just have a cut and paste list of everything they'll need, and I'll just sell them exactly what they need. Not too much, not too little, just the right amount to get them going, like a starter kit and things like that. And it just gets them going, and that's it. Because otherwise, they're just clueless a lot of the time, and that's not a reflection.
Yep.
That's not a bad thing. Sorry, guys. My internet keeps dropping in and out a little bit.
Yeah, it's I think I'm going to have to start doing the show, sell my own Beastie mix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And some of that moss.
That's a new job for camera lady.
Yeah, man. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I tell you what, the only way I've been able to maybe talk the missus into getting involved with what I do is if I start doing more bioactive enclosures and stuff. If I can find more time to do more, to sell more bioactive enclosures. You know, like at the shows, I could do like make half a dozen like bioactive enclosures, take them to the shows and sell them as bioactive ready-made setup enclosures. I think I could get the missus into helping me then, you know, because it's something that appeals to her more than anything else. You know what I mean? So
yeah, she'd be happy to look after the plants.
Yeah, she's already said if I was to dedicate half the shed to keeping selling plants and stuff, she'd be a lot more involved in what I do. Maybe something in the future.
Yeah, you go. So you've got your options there.
I have, which is not the end of the world. So yeah, I tell you what, I was thinking earlier when I watched a few of your videos. Well, I've watched quite a lot of your videos, David, and one of the things that keeps cropping up is when you say when you're using the hot gun, and then you tell us how hot the hot gun is.
Yeah.
that always makes me chuckle, man. When you say, "Bloody hell, that is hot."
Yeah. You'd think someone with more experience would have learned that by now, wouldn't you?
I just find it brilliant, man. I think that's fantastic. The fact
that
it's still and it's true. It's bloody hot. I mean, it's what? Yeah. How hot are we talking? They're about 300. They're about 300 degrees. Those elements, aren't they?
It creates a blister. Put it that way.
Damn. It's like when you get it on nail side.
Yeah. No, yeah. That's a handy bit of kit, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. I think most people have got a hot glue gun now. I think they bought one. I think everyone's gone out and bought one. Yeah. I should have opened up one of those bloody Amazon stores.
Yeah, one of those shop fronts.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I know a few people that have sort of done that, and they've said to me, "Oh, you should do it. You know what I mean?" I don't know how they make money out of it, but it obviously works for some. They obviously turn a quid somewhere.
Yeah, I think they just get commission on, because then people can go straight to your shop front and say, like, well, Dave uses this, that, and that. I'll order them, and then you get a commission of what they've sold for.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not a bad idea, Dave.
I tell you what, there's so many different outlets out there that you're just not aware of. You know, it's crazy.
If you wanted to monetize a little bit more, Dave, there's loads of options for YouTube, especially for people like yourself because I don't know whether you look into your analytics, your YouTube analytics at all, but you've probably, with the amount of views, from what I see looking in, with the amount of views that you get and the amount of traffic that you get going through your videos, I'm guessing you could really, really benefit from if you wanted to monetize your YouTube channel in any way, shape, or form, just because of the sheer amount of traffic that you get and views and watch time. You probably knock up tens of thousands of hours of watch time in a very short space of time, which most people will just never even ever achieve. So the more viewers, the more watch time, because it's all about watch time. It doesn't matter how many likes you get. It's all about watch time. The more watch time you get, the more opportunities you'll have to monetize your YouTube channel. You could probably do a hell of a lot to. That's if you were that way inclined. You know, if you wanted to. But it's kind of money for old rope. If you've got the viewers and you've got the watch time, I think it's an easy sell for you. I think so. You know.
Yeah, I think I think anything like that it's worth looking into, because it's all generating the one thing, you know. And I sort of look at it. It's you're doing, for me. I just enjoy what I'm doing, and it's nice to, you know, share what you're doing and bits and pieces. And I think a lot of it comes from, like we were saying earlier on, when I go on Facebook, I look at different posts. I mean, I don't get involved with too much of it. I'm more of an onlooker, a bit of a voyeur, if you like. You know, I sort of follow through, and I comment every now and again on different little bits and pieces, but I don't get too involved with the politics things, because I find it
too much of it.
yeah, it gets a bit crazy. So I try and surround myself with sort of like-minded people that don't get quite so irate and stuff. You know, and sort of keep it like that. And I think it's because of all of that sort of thing and some of the misinformation, or what I class as misinformation, that sort of got it all started, really. And you know, so it is more about enjoying it and just sharing it and seeing, and it's fun as well. You know what I mean? It's like about the bottle lids, you know, and you think, crikey, everyone's using bottle lids, and I just find it funny. I think it's amusing, you know. It's it's just. Yeah, you can sort of sit there and think, on my gravestone, I can just put, don't forget, you know, and it's just something dark, isn't it, you know.
Be shaped like a piece of cork bark with a big giant milk bottle lid.
Yeah, yeah, that'll be it. Oh man, no, it's all good stuff. It's all good fun.
Yeah,
I enjoy it.
Have you got any other any gems, any little gems out there for us, Dave? Things that you've improvised over the years, things you've kind of cobbled together? Because this for me, this is part of the hobby that I really enjoy. You know, the creative side of it. You know, setting up enclosures, and basically just using everyday household objects wherever you can to, cobble something together, or, I mean, kitchen roll. I can't live without kitchen roll. This is like my bread and butter. When you deal with thousands and thousands of mantis like I do, kitchen roll is like, I don't use anything. I don't think there's anything more important in my life. People don't appreciate how what kind of relationship I have. I got the missus right. We've been locked down in the house for. We're all right now, but week before last we were all locked down for the last 2 weeks for COVID. So we didn't. I normally pick up my kitchen roll because I'm very particular about my kitchen roll. Because I use it. Like I've said, because I mean, you can see how much I'm clutching it now. Look, I can see how much I'm like caressing the kitchen roll. And basically, I've found a brand that I like, because I've gone through loads and loads of brands trying to find the one that's just got the right amount of thickness, the one that's got the right 2-ply that I like. There's kind of lots of details about the kitchen roll that I really like, and I always get the Tesco Express down the road. They have the brand that I like. And then, because we were on lockdown, I couldn't get over to the shop to get my usual brand. And the missus did an online shop, and I asked her to get me kitchen roll. And I wasn't thinking. I just said, get some kitchen roll. And she got this. And I was like, I can't use that. What is that? And she was like, it's kitchen roll. She said it's kitchen roll. And I was like, it's you don't understand, man. It's not the right kitchen roll. It's completely the wrong. It's got the wrong kind of patterning on it. It's got the wrong kind of indentations on it. It's not the right thickness. The sheets are too big. I can't, there's just so many things wrong with it. And she just left the room. She just did not understand. She did not understand my situation with kitchen roll. I've basically been slumming it with this crap.
Yeah, I do. I fully appreciate where you're coming from, because I got I use kitchen roll, and I am exactly the same as you. I'm quite particular about what one I use. So there's one that I use for when I'm boxing up big spiders for the post, because it's nice thick stuff. And then there's another one I use which I like for cleaning my glass for my initial clean. But then when I'm doing proper clean, I like my blue roll. I've got the proper blue roll, and I use that, and that cleans up anything and everything. Yeah. And and if I run out of that, I get a little bit upset, and we have a bit of a meltdown, and throw me utensils.
You know when last year, because kitchen roll, I don't think I could function. Unseen Universe would cease to exist if there was a worldwide shortage of kitchen roll. So you know, if you know when we had the first lockdown, like
Yeah.
I can't even remember when it was, year and a half ago, whenever it was, 2 years. That first lockdown we had anyway. You know when all numpties were going mental, like buying up all the toilet rolls and
Yeah.
filling their shopping trolleys full of stuff.
Yeah.
I couldn't get kitchen roll because I
No.
actually needed to bulk buy kitchen roll just because my business grinds to a halt without kitchen roll. So
Yeah, you didn't just need to buy it because you were panicking.
Yeah. It was a really weird situation whereby I needed to buy extra kitchen roll because I was worried there was going to be no kitchen roll left down at the shop. So I had to buy more than what I would normally buy. I wasn't like filling my shopping trolley, but I had to buy a few extra. And you should have seen the looks I was getting. It was like, you don't understand. I'm not buying two lots of kitchen roll because
Okay, I bet he's selling it him.
I think the world's going to end. You don't understand, man. And honestly, it was such a weird situation to be in.
That's the beauty of the blue roll. You can clean your glass. Well, no, you can clean the glass with the blue roll, and then if you leave it on the side by a bit of warmth, it'll be dry tomorrow, and you can use it again.
Yeah.
See,
man,
this is we ended up.
You're a man.
I'm so tight, I have to use everything half a dozen times.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Dave, you're a man after my own heart, man. You're a man after my own heart. Everything's recyclable. Honestly, if it were up to me, man, I'd have tea bags on washing line and everything, you know. So you know, my dad taught me well. So yeah, brilliant.
Stuff.
So, what about you, Gav? What do you have you got anything that you use that it's you really an everyday mundane item that you're really passionate about?
Too many. Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah.
I want no pieces of wood away because I'm convinced that I can use even my smallest scraps to make something.
Yeah. I don't know if you're familiar with I don't know how familiar you are with Gav and the impossible inverts, Dave, but Gav does a lot of wood turning and stuff. He creates all manner of things out of wood. Awesome things, you know, all kinds of things. Bugs, insects, spiders. There you go, look.
Yeah.
Made with his own fair hands, right there.
Jesus Christ. I would imagine there's a market for them, isn't there?
I'm hoping so.
That is really cool. Look at that. Looks like a bloody great Sturmy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that.
So, yeah, there you go. Made from scratch with his own fair hands right there. So, yeah. I think Gab's going to be setting up his own little shop at some point, and when he gets a little bit more stuff made up, you know, and all that, aren't you, Gav? So that's going to be cool.
Hopefully.
I think there's all sorts you could make up. It's like we were talking about water bowls and stuff like that. There's all sorts of things you could do with that.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, definitely. Hides.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's literally just, and that's the daft thing, isn't it? I mean, you can make a lot of that sort of stuff literally out of scrap bits because you only look at small items, aren't you? So
yeah.
Totally. Yeah, you could do
a lot of my stuff. It's from pallet wood that I brought down and then glue pieces together, you know, to make a bigger piece.
Yeah.
Right. It does the job.
That's bloody ideal. Oh, we should look at the shows then. If you're up and coming stuff.
Yeah. Well, Gav's started helping me because I've
smart.
That's cool, isn't it?
Look at that. They're bloody awesome, aren't they? They're really cool. I tell you're onto something there, I reckon.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah. It's going to. Gav helps me at the shows now. We started last year, and hopefully, when you got a bit more stock kind of built up, I'm going to tag on an extra table onto end up my Unseen Universe tables, and Gav can set up his own little get some stuff on there as well, because I reckon that stuff will sell. That stuff will sell at the shows, man. Definitely.
How do you find the shows as a commercial thing? I mean, do you know, are they worth you doing? I mean, I'll be honest. I'm looking at doing them myself, and you know, I thought it's a nice way of sort of like meeting people, and you know, you can take your stock along, hopefully make a few quid at the end of the day. I try and do, you know, my breeding and everything is what finances my next breeding project.
Yeah.
You know, and that's how I try and work it. So if I've had a good year, then I get better projects. If I've had a poor year, I might not have a very good project to come to. You know, so it's sort of I try and make it pay for itself. And the so I was thinking of doing the shows, but I mean, are they worth it, like financially? Are you know, is it good?
Yeah. I mean, I was actually going to ask you if you were planning on doing some shows, because I know you've said you've like made 50 pairs or whatever this last year or so. You've got absolutely loads of egg sacs coming through. I imagine you're going to have a hell of a lot of surplus. Now, I know you can shift that on to a lot of people in the hobby just online, but you could make a lot at the shows if you've got the stock, especially as a breeder. As a mantis breeder, because I don't breed, even though I sell a lot of tarantulas, I don't breed so many, but I do breed a lot of mantis. So you get obviously your markup is going to be a lot greater. You know, you're going to make a lot more profit as a breeder. You know.
But you're taking that postage price out for a start, so that encourages people to spend more because they think, right, well, I've not had to pay that, so I'll do something else.
Yeah, I've got to say, Dave, most people I know, and I know a lot of sellers. I know most of the breeders and sellers who sell at the shows and stuff, and everyone does well. Most people do well. More so the breeders, like I say. If you're breeding your own stock, obviously there's a lot more profit to be made, but they are definitely worth it. Obviously, I don't want to go into figures and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Something I'm happy to talk to you about, directly. But
of course,
everybody's different. But everybody I speak to says there's a few things about shows. Number one, there is money to be made. There's definitely some money to be made. I mean, the tables, you might think at first glance that the tables are quite expensive at some of the shows. You know, you can pay up to 40 quid a table. And then if you've travelled a long way, you know, you've got your expenses, you've got your overheads, all that sort of stuff. But you could make 10 times that if you've got a good amount of stock. You know, if you've got a good amount of stock, you've got a lot of variety, because variety, as we know, is the spice of life. That's something I'm sure you won't ever have to struggle with, because you'll always have. You do so much breeding, like me, you know, I could have 20 species of mantis available to sell at any one time, because I breed 50, 60, 70 species of mantis behind the scenes. So it enables to have that many coming through all the time. I've always got lots coming through. Do you know what I mean? So, and it'll be the same with you with spiders. So I would say it's definitely worth it. But also, like you say, I mean, I know you go to some of the shows, probably more the ones down a bit further down south, I imagine. The Brighton one where you go to. And it's just that social side of it. I mean, I love doing the shows. There's only one downside with actually doing shows as a vendor, like I do most of the time, and it's that you don't really have time to catch up with other breeders and stuff as such, unless they come and see you. You know, you tend to be glued to your table for the whole day.
Yeah.
It's the only downside. I've been doing shows for years now, but before I started being a seller at shows, I used to go to a lot of shows just like you, for fun, to go meet people, put names to faces, you know, interact with, meet the breeders and hobbyists, and it was fantastic. And then I started actually selling at the shows, and for years I sold at the shows and did nothing else. And you kind of miss it, you know. You miss being on that side of the, you know, you miss walking around, because you just don't get time.
I suppose it becomes more work than social, doesn't it?
It's definitely work, and it's not just the day. It's the there's a whole week before the show where you have to prepare. You've got to get everything into. It's not so bad for the tarantulas and stuff because you can often just take the tarantulas to in the pots or
Yeah,
whatever as you keep them. You can just take them as you keep them. But you've said yourself that you keep a lot of your slings together. You would have to split all those up before you
yeah,
went to a show. So there's all that work behind the scenes that you would have to think about. So you're probably looking at. It takes me a week basically to prepare for a show, and then it takes me another week to catch up afterwards. Honestly, but that's the main reason for that is though, Dave, is that I'm a one man show really, or at least I used to be. I always did shows all by. I used to for years. I did shows by myself, so I did all the preparation like you will have to do. I'd go to the show by myself. I'd set up the stall. I'd spend the whole day behind the stall because I was on my own. I couldn't leave the table all day, and then and then you've got to pack up, and then you've got to drive home. And
yeah.
if I've gone to Bristol, if it's like the Eastern or the Western show, that's like a 3.5 hour drive for me. So I've got
Cool.
to do that in the morning, do the whole show, and then I've got to drive back that same night. So it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of work, but having said all that, it is absolutely worth it every single time.
Yeah.
I have
It's,
I have
it's,
I,
it's,
I honestly have no doubts in telling you. I have no hesitation in saying if you fancy doing it, Dave, do it, man. Just do it because
yeah.
it's a real experience and it's a lot of fun. It's craft, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Rado from Creatures of the North. I think it was the last show I went to, and he was saying it's like a 3-day travel for him.
Yeah.
To turn up at a show.
He's coming from Northern Ireland, isn't he?
I was going to say he's Ireland, isn't he?
Yeah. So I mean, because I was intrigued, I was intrigued as to how can it be economically viable to have to do like ferries, coach, accommodation, hotels.
Yeah.
And then, because of the size of him, he ends up with 6 or 8 people with him.
Yeah.
They all be paying or,
yeah.
and what have you, putting up for the weekend and stuff. And, he was no, it outweighs anything that I do. And that sort of got me thinking. I thought, bloody hell, if do it. I mean, obviously, he's big. I mean, he's massive. So,
yeah.
I mean,
he probably sells hundreds of spiders a week.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's huge. I mean, you go to any of the shows, and he's pretty much taken up a whole wall now.
Yeah.
I think
he's almost like where Lee's been for quite a while now with Spider Shop.
Yeah.
Lee's basically had. Lee sometimes has 15 tables, depending on which show it is. He'll have 15 tables sometimes.
Wow.
I know Rad now usually has between 8 and 12 tables now as well himself. So pretty soon there'll be no tables left for us.
But I'm up at the Spider Shop show.
Yeah. That's what it is, isn't it? Yeah.
So, but no, Dave. Seriously, if you're thinking about it, man, you could just do a couple to begin with. See how you get on. Maybe just. I mean, which is your? I don't know where you're based, but which is your local? Is Brighton your local show?
Well, I'm in Bournemouth,
right, okay.
Yeah. Brighton's not a million miles away from me. We got one in Taunton at the end of the month.
Yeah, are you going to that?
I'm going to go to that one. Yeah, I wasn't going to go, but then when I was on the live stream last Tuesday, they were all going on about it, and I basically got badgered into it. So I'm going to end up going because I'd sort of said that my next one was going to be the BTS.
Yeah,
and I was going to wait for that one. That's probably my favourite show.
Yeah.
But then they were all saying, "Oh, we're all going to the Taunton one. We're going to do that." And then of course they put it out there and said, "Who wants to see Dave at the Taunton show?" And that was it. It all went bloody spiral, didn't it? It went mad. And in a moment of weakness, I said, "Oh bollocks, I'll go in and I'll go."
Yeah. You crumbled, man. You crumbled. Your ego got the better of you, Dave. That's what happened, man.
I reckon so. I do love meeting people. It's really nice. You know, it's really really cool. I think I enjoy. It's funny. I used to always do the shows, and I always enjoyed them.
Yeah.
You know, when it was just me, I'd just turn up on my own, and I'd go around.
Yeah.
Do me a bit of shopping and go home. And I used to love them. I really enjoyed them. But now it's like it's nice to meet people that you've met over sort of like doing live streams and stuff, and you actually you get to meet these people in person. And obviously all the people that follow you as well, they all come out of the paper. You know, you don't know who the hell you're talking to half the time. But it's like amazing. It's just incredible.
I get that all the time, Dave. You know, when I go to shows, I often, and anybody watching this now, I'm not talking about you. If you're watching this, this is not you. I get this a lot. I get a lot of people coming up to me, and they act like they know me. They act like they know me, and I'm like, I've probably spoken to them once or twice, you know, on private messenger. They've probably like asked me a few questions, and I've had a brief chat with them, and then they're coming up to me at shows, and they were like, "Yeah, we were talking the other day, and it's like this, and this," and I'm just like a nodding dog, you know, just like, yeah.
You just said me, I don't know who that was.
You know. It's like, I ain't got a clue. I ain't got a clue who you are, mate. You know, but I just go along with it. You know, just go along with it. It's great because people, you know, you probably get this a lot at the shows where people who've never met you but they've seen your videos and they're coming up and they're just like, you know, they're just like, "Oh, Dave, it's Dave. Dave, how you doing, mate? You're at the show. You're a real person, Dave. You're not just like you're not sat on a cloud looking down on us all there. You know, you're a real person." And people love that, you know. People love that. They love. I get people coming up to me and they'll say, "I've been buying inverts off you for years, and I've never met you, and this is my first show, and I've come to say hello." And you try to take that on board. You know what I mean? You try to you try to like appreciate where they're coming from, because to you, I sell hundreds of mantids a week. You know, I sell lots and lots of inverts, and obviously, I'm selling to people all the time. There's a lot of my customer base come back to me, you know, and I get a lot of repeat customers, but I also get a lot of new customers, and that's always reflected at the shows. People coming up to you and stuff, and and you will get that a lot. You will, I think, because of your popularity, you will do even more. You will do better than what you might have done if you didn't have the YouTube channel. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because people will be like, "I'll go to the show because I just want to buy from Dave.
I want to,
He's going to sell to me, you know.
Yeah.
That's the one that's actually serving me."
The amount of people that will want to buy from you just so they can go home and make a YouTube video that says, "I bought this from Dave at a show."
Yeah.
That'll be it.
Yeah.
That
is incredible, isn't it?
It is incredible, but it's fact. It's an absolute fact.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dave, you should do it, man. You should do it.
Give it a go. Do you do that? Do you work as well, or is that your full time?
Well, I mean, I've got a whole story about that, but yeah, bottom line is this is my job now. It has been I've been doing this full time now for probably about 7 years.
Wow.
I used to do it. I had a whole different life. I was a cancer research academic for years, for about 20 years. Was my real job, and then I had some health issues, blah blah blah. For one reason or another, I had to retire early. Anyway, I couldn't maintain the mental functionality required to be at that level. Do you know what I mean? So I had to retire. But luckily, I'd been breeding and selling inverts like as a sideline hobby. You know, it was more the hobby side of things. So I was doing that for years while I was working full time, but obviously on a much smaller scale. And then when I had to retire from my actual career, luckily I had Unseen Universe to fall back on, and all I did was I've spent the last 7 years building Unseen Universe, breeding more, getting a shed, filling it full of more inverts, and just building on what was originally a hobby. What I do now was actually what I was supposed to be doing when I retired. Basically, you know, that was the plan. The plan was to have the career, do the academic stuff, do that, until I retired, and then I was going to fall back on this, doing the inverts and selling inverts, and that was going to be like my little retirement nest egg. You know what I mean? Which is what but basically, because of my unforeseen situation, I had to bring that forward by about 20 years. You know what I mean? So that's why I do it now full time. So,
well, it's working. Isn't it? It's working.
Yeah. Well, I've done all right. I mean, to be honest, Dave, I've actually scaled back a lot over the last 2 years. I was, I was running at full tilter. I had over 100 species of things for years. I had like between 80 and 90 species full kilter, and you know yourself how much time it takes when you're feeding thousands and thousands and thousands of babies, whether it be spiders or mantids or whatever. And the thing about mantises as well is they're such high maintenance. They're a lot more high maintenance than slings. You wouldn't do this, but you can leave a sling for a couple of weeks. If it's well fed. If you feed it and fatten it right up, it can go a fair old amount of time without being fed. A baby mantis who's only like on its first instar, that'll die if you don't feed it every 2 days.
Yeah.
Bottom line. So it's a completely different ball game, really. And when you've got that amount of mandibles to feed, it's basically a 7-day. If I don't do 7 days a week, 6 to 7 hours a day, the whole house of cards falls down.
Wow, that is very low, isn't it?
That's where I was a couple of years ago. Over the last 2 years, I've slowly dropped a lot of species. Now I've got the shed. I've had the shed about 2.5 years now. This is all tarantulas. And now, I'm moving more into tarantulas and scorpions. And I sell a lot more vivariums. I design my own vivariums, which I sell. And all these other things now means I can just cut back on the amount of mantis that I keep, because it's the mantis that takes up all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm now down to about 40 species of mantis, and it only takes me half the time. And then I've filled that void with selling other things that are a little bit less time consuming. So it just gives me a little bit extra free time to start doing stuff like this.
Yeah.
Start doing the more creative side of things. Stuff that I really love doing, the making videos, doing the live streaming. That's why now I just do live streaming, because I never had time to make and edit videos. How you were saying, like you can make a video and it minimal amount of editing and you can knock out a really good quality video. I was never in that situation. I had lots of different clips of videos that needed to be edited together, and I just never really, because I'm the way I am, I never had the time to do it to the level that I felt like I wanted to do it. Do you know what I mean? So I never made hardly any videos. I went for years hardly making any videos on YouTube.
It sort of goes the same, doesn't it, as we were saying about the different sort of ways with care sheets. The videos are the same. It's like it's how you're set up dictates how you can actually function. And I mean, I'm lucky that I have someone to help me with a camera, but then everything else all culminates in a thing that we can produce something in like 15-20 minutes and put it straight out. It's because my setup allows that to happen. So it's very I understand what you're saying about just putting all that together, and like you say with the mantis, that is so time consuming. I seriously wouldn't have time. I do a lot in here, and I sometimes think, bloody hell, this it gets on top of you every now and again. But to actually sit and think, I have got to feed every single one of these every 2 days, I just wouldn't be able. I'd be up all night, and then I'd be at work. And it's nightmare.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not. They don't all. It's only the really young instars that need feeding every couple of days. As they get older, like third, fourth instars, you can feed every 4 or 5 days. Fourth, fifth instar, you can once they get to like, middle sort of size, you can start feeding them once a week. And basically that's the only way you can keep so many mantis species. Is I have everything written down in a book. dates, and I just go through that book and anything that I think, because with experience, this species at this stage needs feeding this often, and
Yeah.
it's just instinct. I don't have to think about
Yeah.
when this needs feeding. I just know instinctively.
Oh,
I'll look at my book and I'll think, right, that were fed 6 days ago. We can go another day. I'll feed it tomorrow. I'll move on to something else. So the whole process, every species goes in the book, and then I stagger it. I stagger it throughout the week. It's the
but
only way
that,
to do it. It's the only way to do it, isn't it?
that's knowing your craft.
Yeah.
That's and that's it's the same as, like for me, I can on my maintenance day, I can crack my cleaning in like an hour and a half, and I've done the room. And and people are like, Jesus, that'd take me all week.
Yeah.
But you get in a routine. You learn your craft, and you learn what works best for you. And like you say, you've got that routine going that you could flick through. I could stand in your room and it would probably scare the life out of me. I'd be like, oh my God, how the hell do you get around this? And because it'd be alien to me, I wouldn't know where to start as such. And same vice versa, I suppose. Environment, different environment. But it's cool stuff.
I see sometimes people make posts and stuff, and they'll say, "Oh, I did my feeding today. I did it all in 4 hours," and I just think, why? Why? Or they'll say things like, "I fed me inverts today, and it took me all day, but it's done. It's all done." And I thought, why did you why do it all in one day?
Well, what makes me laugh is when they turn around and say it took all day, and then someone says, "Cool, how many you got?" And they go 33.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I mean, everyone, each to their own. Whatever works. I'm not gonna like diss somebody for doing it the way they want to do it. If that's the way they want to do it, then fine. But I just think to do it all in one day just seems to me a bit bizarre. To be honest,
it takes me a day just to do ones that eat vegetables. Never mind spiders and that mantis.
No, I think I actually I caught off on saying some of my videos. I don't have a set feeding regime, so I literally every morning before I go to work, I come in, I flick all my lights on, and I have a quick glance around, literally like a minute glance around all the room, and I just check everything out, and I see who's out and about and who ain't, and then over a couple of days I'll sit there and I think, oh, she's been out all week, I'll throw her something to feed, and that's how I feed. And if I haven't seen the spider, and then I don't feed it. It's simple as that. So I don't have any set.
Really not looking for out, is it?
No, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And this is one of the other ways of actually enjoying your hobby more, because the more you see what you're keeping, the more enjoyment you're getting from it.
Yeah.
And if and we had this argument with the fossorial stuff. People were saying, well, once a week I drop something down the hole. And then in the next breath, they're like, well, I've had it 3 months and I've not seen it yet. Is it still alive? Well, I think it's still alive because the food never comes out the hole, And you're like, oh, well, that's a good sign, I guess. Yeah. But you've 3 months of spending 60 quid on something you've never seen, And you sort of scratch your head and think, well, maybe change your routine a little, Wait for it to come out and tell you it's hungry.
Yeah. Well, I actually, I was watching another one of your videos earlier, and I think it was about the Vietnam blue. I was just looking into when I was setting up there what I was going to do, and I think one of the things you said was if you want to see a fossorial, if you want to see it from time to time, you've got to try and like almost train it into a feeding routine.
Yeah.
And I know you were saying it was like you got to try and reach some kind of happy balance where the spider is not starving, but it's ready to eat. It can eat. It'll happily eat something if something comes along. To the point where it's almost like waiting. You can just about see its legs, just perched halfway up the hole, so you can just about see it. And you've got to try and just like, those are the moments, don't feed it too often, but feed it enough so that, so it's well looked after and not starving, but it's ready to eat. And then offer it something to eat. And 9 times out of 10, it will take it from you right there and then. And these are the ways that you get to see. And, like we were saying, you've got to get in tune. You've got to get in tune with your animals. And this is because a lot of these species you just won't see unless you be a bit smarter about the way that you keep them, basically.
If you think about it, in the wild, that's how most of them get found and caught in the wild. It's because they're waiting for food. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're already at that stage. So all you're doing really is you're replicating in a way the wild, because if you think about it, you sort of ask the question. It's like, well, who was it back in the beginning of spider keeping said you should feed every 3-4 days? Because that one piece of information went across the board to every species of spider.
Yeah.
So we're not even sort of saying, if you look at to give you an example, you look at the sand spider. Now, a sand spider in the wild state might feed once, twice a year, if it was lucky. So it can actually go an awful lot longer without feeding. But in captivity, you still got people that are still in this thing where I need to fight a cricket every 3 or 4 days. Yeah. And they're wondering why things aren't working out.
Not even that. It's not even every 3 or 4 days. Some people get it into their heads that they have to feed them every day or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I get a lot of people messaging me about usually about mantis, and they do the same thing. If I sell them. I often get asked, how much do you feed a mantis, and how often should I feed it? Well, the answer really is, how long's a piece of string, because it just depends. It depends on what you feed it. It all depends on what you're feeding it. So I do have a set kind of answer based on what size it is, what species it is, and based on what you are actually going to feed it. But the one thing that I'm always surprised about is that for some reason people are picking up information about the fact that they have to feed their mantis every day. For some reason, somebody's telling people you have to feed them every single day. And it's just not healthy for them to be eating every single day, because some species, if you feed them every day, they will eat every day. It's as simple as that. And a lot will just, if they're not hungry, they won't eat. But a lot are gluttonous. A lot will eat. If you give them food, they will.
That's an agent, that. They'll just keep taking.
And it's deadly. It's deadly. And unfortunately, there's so much information out there where people are saying these things, and I don't even know where they're getting this information from. They're certainly not getting it from reputable breeders or people who know what they're talking about. So I don't really know but it comes back to what you were saying. People spouting misinformation when they've never even actually owned this species. So
yeah, I think it's. I mean, I get lots of stuff come through to me, asking me about different species, different whatever it might be, and I'm sort of dead up front. I'll sit there and say, well, I honestly couldn't tell you because I've never kept it. I don't know, And then sometimes they'll push, and they'll be like, well, what do you think? And so I then break it down into species, and I think, well, I have actually kept this species, but not that particular one. So I would go and follow them general guidelines, and then pick the bones out of that and see where I go from there. Yeah. So experience, you've obviously got more to fall back on, so you can make more in-tune decisions maybe. As a beginner, it's a lot harder because you haven't got the background to fall on. But it's it's a difficult, very, very difficult. And I think it's like you saying you can have like a set answer to a set question, but it's often what we were saying earlier on. It's often difficult to tailor that particular response to a complete beginner, because if you was to say it in a way that you would say it to an intermediate or an experienced person, you could completely baffle a beginner with exactly the same information.
Yeah.
But it just
exactly.
You put it across, and it's very bloody it's terrible.
Yeah, it is difficult. I often when people, I get a lot of messages. When I get messages from people who I've not spoken to before, I often some questions I will always have to prefix the answer with. Firstly, I need to find out what level you're at. You know, how much do you know? How long have you been keeping mantis, or how long have you had this species before? You know, there's some groundwork has to be laid before I can answer the question in a way that will actually help them and not just confuse them. So
I think, Joe, what I tend to do, I normally, whenever I get asked anything like that, I normally ask them, how are they doing it now? You know, what have they actually done? And then, depending on how they structure that answer, gives me an idea of how much they understand, you know, what they're doing. So, you know, you can you can often pick out the bits and pieces within the answer to gauge where they are.
Yeah. Like if they use a common name when they're looking for a male or something like that. You know, it's like this person clearly hasn't got a clue what they're doing. If they're asking, you know, if they're asking me for a male of like a dead leaf mantis, of which there are several.
Species, how many?
Like, I don't even know where to start with you, man. It's like, do I even want you to breed this mantis? Because the poor thing's probably gonna, like, I don't know, I don't even know where you're going with this, because if you're not going to use the right species when you're planning on breeding it, I don't know if I really want to help you, you know?
Yeah. It is very, it's very, very, very difficult. Very, very difficult.
It's tricky because as a professional breeder, you're constantly walking that line between wanting to help people, but also wanting to seriously educate people at the same time. It's hard because you want to educate people, but you don't want to completely bamboozle them. And sometimes people need to be sat down and really explain to some of the fundamentals about what it is they're trying to achieve. Because there's usually so many variations and so many permutations to the way you can approach any given situation. A lot of it is based on experience of the actual person who's planning on doing whatever it is they're trying to do. You know, so I mean, I would explain how to breed a mantis probably completely differently to a complete noob or somebody who's never bred a mantis before, compared to somebody who's bred a few species before, but not this particular species. Do you know what I mean? So there's some general guidelines, and then there's more specific guidelines tailored to that exact species. Do you know what I mean? So it's finding the balance, isn't it? If this person has got this species and it's their first time breeding any species, but this species is a species that I wouldn't recommend that they bred for their first time, then that just opens a whole can of worms that is a real minefield to get involved in.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one because it's like a lot of the spiders that I breed, you wouldn't necessarily class as beginner spiders, but then I personally don't like to categorize spiders as beginners, intermediate, or advanced, because I personally think, and I've tried to show on the channel, is that they're all pretty much the same. The difference is you.
Yeah.
How you react to a reaction. Yeah. And that's, so you're the beginner, the intermediate, or the advanced. The spider's the same. Yeah. So it's more about how you behave in a set of circumstances and what flusters you, or do you remain calm, or do you run for the door if your spider?
It's coming out.
Yes. So it's sort of it's a funny one. I mean, I started a new project with Macrophylla gigas, and which are the funnel webs. Now they got a terrible reputation, and there's an awful lot of people who are really, really nervous of them and what have you. and they are something that you need to respect, but they're not something you're scared of. You know, they're not something that you cannot deal with, because if you follow a few simple guidelines, you will be able to deal with them. But the problem I'm left with now is, if I successfully breed them, do I now need to vet anyone who actually wants one? Because are you being irresponsible by selling them to people that maybe aren't ready? But then who am I to judge whether you're ready to have one?
Yeah, I totally understand. Yeah,
it's a really difficult scenario, and it's you know, I often get people, they want some of my stuff, and I don't know, they might want to say a starburst baboon or something, you know, but you know, you might contact me and say, oh, well, you know, I've kept this and I've kept that, and I really fancy one of them maculatas. Can I have one of them? And who am I to say no? Not really. You know, perhaps you should get a couple of other things before.
Yeah. Can I see your credentials before?
Yeah.
You can get mystery boxes,
so I can judge. You know.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard. I totally get that, because I actually have experience with that a lot. You know, because I sell to a lot of people. I try to cater for the first timers, you know, the intermediary keepers, and then the more experienced keepers. You know, I try to cater for everybody if I can, because that's just good for business, you know. So, but also it's catering for the more experienced keepers is good, because it's in line with me trying to hold on to that hobbyist in me. You know, like you said, taking on those new challenges. There's some new species out there. I want to have a go at breeding this species. I've never bred it before. You know, more often than not, there's a reason why they're really difficult to breed in captivity, because they're either really, really hard to do so for whatever reason, and when they do, you only might get a handful of nymphs out of an ooth, and so you end up just keeping them yourself. The amount of species over the years, really, really quite rare species that I've bred, but never ever sold any, simply because the nymphs that are so few that I create, I just keep them for myself to move on to that next generation. So they never see the light of day. I've bred so many species that are really quite rare, but nobody ever sees them, because I just keep them for myself, you know, for my own hobbyist, my own self-interest, you know, that sort of thing. But that you were just saying, a lot of those species, sometimes I will sell on a few, but they're just not for the faint-hearted. They're not. You know, it's taken me generations of keeping them to myself in order to, you know, learn and get a grasp on how to keep these alive, basically, because they're brand new. You know, they're fresh out of nature. They've never been bred before. And so when I do come to sell a few on, it's like, well, I get people messaging me all the time asking me for really rare species. And I just think, well, if I did have them, or I do have them, but like you just said, do I want to sell it to you? It's like, you know, it's A, it's not going to be cheap, and B, is it going to die within a week of you keeping it? You know what I mean? Because you've not
hoping for it to be able to carry on,
and all that sort of thing. So, but like you said, it's a real dilemma, isn't it? It's a moral dilemma. It's like, who are you to judge whether or not that person is capable of looking after that? So,
I think it's also like sometimes even cost doesn't weed out the unnecessaries.
No.
Yeah, because some people are just more financially, you know, stable, and the thought of spending, I don't know, a couple of £100 on a mantis nymph that's really rare is nothing compared to the rarity of owning that nymph.
Yeah.
But then, you know, they might look at it and think, well, yeah, I might have the rarest nymph on the planet. I've got no clue what I'm doing with it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a real difficult, and it's funny. It's only because of I mean, I've come against it a little bit with other spiders, but it's only recently with the gigas I've had a lot of interest, and people be like, "Oh, put me on the list," you know. And I don't do that. I don't really make a list of people, whatever. Mainly because I'm too forgetful. You know, you could say something to me, and I'll forget it. So, you know,
also anything can happen.
Yeah. And I
put people down on a list, and I get people offering you deposits and all sorts of things, and you just anything can happen. I'm not committing to anything because things go wrong, anything can happen. I don't want to disappoint or upset anybody, so
I think it goes the other way as well. I think in the early days I used to put stuff aside and bits and pieces, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll hang on to that for you, because they'll be like, oh, it's 3 weeks till payday. I'll be, yeah, I understand that. You know what I mean? We're all there. We all have to earn a living and be careful with what we spend.
Yeah.
And then you get let down, and or then you message them and they just ignore you, and and you're like, well, here we go. And after a few times, you start to think, well, this isn't worth the trouble, really. So, yeah, I always say to people, I mean, when I done the Celadonias, they were sold out within the week. They were gone, all of them. And I still have people now messaging me, have you got any? And I say to them, you'll just have to watch my Facebook page, because that's where I put everything.
Yeah.
I just say you have to keep an eye on that, and when I have stuff available, I'll post it. And that's it.
Yeah.
But it's you can't. It's a bloody minefield. It really is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Those that Caledonia phenomenon, man. That exploded in a short amount of time, didn't it?
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think we were. I managed to catch a couple of really nice pairings on video.
Yeah.
And they come out really, really nice. They were nice, and then of course when we done the removal of all the youngsters, again that was something that's never really been seen before.
Yeah.
So that was like intriguing for everybody, and also you can't. Do you know what I mean? It was one of them ones where you could have made a poor quality video.
Yes, and it would have still done really, really well. Yeah.
Yeah, because you've got a really cute spider that's amazing to look at, and and they are a bit of they're still in that niche where people are still struggling to understand how to keep them.
Yeah.
So they're classed as one of them real hard spiders still.
Yeah.
And to see all of them things come together creates a big thing for it. Creates a bit of a mystery around it all.
This is another classic case though of what we were just talking about, in that you've got beginners and newbies who see the Caledonia phenomena, and that's the spider to get. They want it, and then they email you. Have you got any Caledonia? Yes. They don't mention that they've never kept a spider before. They just see the amazing colours and the beautiful markings, and that's what they want. They message you. You don't know. You're not going to vet them because you ain't got time to be like looking at everybody's Facebook profile to make sure they've got loads and loads of pictures of spiders. You sell them one, and then they become one of those cases where Caledonia all of a sudden is really hard to keep. This myth around species that are really hard to keep is generated, and it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy, because these things become phenomena like Caledonia, and like in the mantis world, everyone wants the orchids. Orchids are easy to mantis. So all of a sudden you've got this hype around a certain species, and then everyone and his dog who's never had an insect before sees it, they want it, they get it, and then it dies because they don't know what they're doing. And then it feeds into that myth that a certain species is really, really hard to keep, because you've got a high percentage of people who have never sort of had anything like that before, all of a sudden having them because of the phenomena and the hype, and it feeds into that myth that all of a sudden they're really hard because most of them just die because people don't know what they're doing.
I think I do it with all of the spiders, but the Celadonias were one that sort of highlighted. As soon as people were like questioning how you would look after it, or what do you do with it? Oh, this is my first spider. I was literally straight on them, and I was like, this isn't the spider for you. Yeah. I sort of look at it and I think to myself, because of the popularity in the spider, you got no fear. You don't need to sell to these people. unless you are ultimately just a greedy bugger, you know. But I sort of, I look,
there are plenty.
I look at the bigger picture, and I think to myself, all of that at the end of the day, no matter what goes on, whether it's good or bad, reflects on me. So, you know, and I would much rather, and some people got a little upset to begin with, but then I got messages back afterwards saying, oh, you know, I understand, what else have you got available, you know, or what would you suggest I do?
Yeah,
And we go down that road, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think we've had anyone that's been, you know, too terribly that they've never spoke again. But the it's you know,
you probably have, Dave.
Yeah, I probably they just haven't spoke to me, so I just don't know.
You just don't know.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, even though I had someone actually with the Avics, and they were sort of like, you know, I want to do it, this, that, and the other, and they were going on about it, and I said to them, I said, look, it's probably not a good idea. And same with the Vietnam Blues, I've had people that wanted them, and they've never had a spider before. I'm like, well, you know, you possibly could be all right, it could be fine, you know. But when it grows up and it's a 7-inch female, and it's terrorising your bedroom, you know, what are you going to do? So, unless you're going to be one of these people that buys a load of spiders, and by the time that's 7 inches, you've got another 30 odd anyway. You know, you're learning as you go. But it's, I think it's important that people start off on the right foot, and perhaps start at a level where they're going to. I prefer to see people start at a level where they're going to succeed, rather than get frightened and then pack it in.
Yeah.
You know,
exactly. I mean, I don't know whether you've done that sort of video or not. You might have done like right back in the early days before you started. Because almost your video, your channel now is almost like a, for the most part, it's almost like a vlog, isn't it? It's your journey. It's your journey through the mists of your collection. You know, you're following these species, you're rehousing them right up through. You know, you're breeding them, pulling the egg sacs, taking the slings, and you're kind of documenting that whole thing, which is absolutely fantastic. But I'm wondering, have you gone back old school and maybe done many videos that caters for like the absolute beginners or the you know, the newbies or things like that? You probably did in maybe your really early videos.
The problem, the problem has always been, I've never, because I've been doing it for so long, and I've only been doing the channel for like 18 months, that I suppose everyone who meets me online is
already in the hobby.
Well, not so much that. It's just that they caught me at a time in life where I don't do any of that anymore, and I don't keep that type of spider. So what I have done is I've had a few different spiders been donated to me. I had a Hamori, a Pulchra.
Okay, yeah. Some really beginner type species.
Yeah, and I had some curly hairs which I haven't actually put on the channel yet. So I had them, and the idea was I thought I'd start, because I was getting a lot of requests for like beginners videos on beginner spiders. And the problem is like I don't mind doing the videos. I enjoy doing that. My problem is I end up housing things that I don't necessarily have an interest in, and that's taking up space of something that I do have an interest in. So it's sort of That's all going to be addressed really, because I'm changing my room and I'm expanding into another room as well. So it's going to give me more space to do more channel based things, and that will leave me to do more breeding side of things.
Cool. So
it is changing a little bit, and then hopefully I can do more of that sort of stuff. But it's a weird one, because like I was saying earlier on, I don't necessarily look on spiders as beginners or intermediates or advanced. I think it's, and I keep saying on the videos, it's more down to the person. It's the person and where they are, rather than the spider. But everyone needs to start somewhere. I think I done a video on the Hamori, which was a beginner's one. I mean, I class a geniculata as a beginner spider. You know, I think they're great beginner spider.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
GBB, another one. I think pretty good. But you know, but then you'll get other people come online and they're like, no way, you need to be experienced in other things before you tackle one of them, which I don't really agree with. You know, I think you need key aspects for beginner spiders. You want something that's very forgiving in its environment, that you can make mistakes but make big mistakes, and the spider will still survive. You know, some spiders are just born to survive, and it doesn't matter whether you keep them wet, dry, whatever. It will survive. You know, it's got the heart of a cockroach, so you know, it'll go on. So I think it's you know, you can pick on them types of spiders to give to beginners, because it's mistakes in environment that will kill spiders, especially when they're you know, when they're more, what's the word? I don't know what's the word. When they're more dependent on certain conditions. So you're looking at forgiving spiders. No, because they're going to make absolutely stupid mistakes. We all did. You know, I was the same. You know, and I've done it recently as well. You know, like
what you take from those mistakes.
Exactly. That is exactly the thing. You need to learn from what you're doing. And I mean, like I was explaining earlier on with the Celadonia, I followed what everyone was saying, and it weren't until I went my own way that I realised how I needed to keep them. And then I sort of cracked the code, as it were. And it worked. But it's you know, it's got to be it's the forgiving stuff. That's the stuff for the beginners. But I'm going to try and do a little bit more of that sort of stuff. I think many of the Avics are classed as a beginner spider.
There you go. Would you say the Avics are quite fast growing? I mean, I know it's all relative, but you often, when you're reading about different spiders and stuff, you know, they always put whether or not they're fast growing, slow growing, you know, this sort of stuff. It's like anything else, you know. If you keep it warmer, feed it more, it's going to grow faster. It doesn't matter what species it is. So
I found with mine, my own experience of them, I find them as sort of like an intermediate sort of growth rate. I think they go through stages where they can go quite quickly from tiny, and then they hit that sort of sub stage, and then they slow right down. They don't seem to think for months, and then all of a sudden they get a spurt on again, and then they go. So I would class it as a steady grower rather than a fast grower.
I'm just wondering this question for the pet house. What species was it you got from me, pet house?
LP.
I know. What was it?
LP.
Oh, LP. Yeah. So I mean, I think Armenias are quite fast growing. They're a nice, easy, relatively easy starter sort of thing. So if you've had the LP and you've had good success with it, maybe an Armenia, they're really nice, fast growing.
Nice introduction to a boreal then.
So you'll move from the LP, you know, you'll move into from a terrestrial to an arboreal, which will be a nice mix things up a bit. So pet house, my recommendation is Armenia. What do you reckon, Dave?
Yeah, good choice. Cambridge, another one.
Oh, what? Sorry.
The Cambridgei, if you want to go into the world of arboreal. See, I actually consider that to be, when you say about beginner spiders, I would look at, if you're new in, I would definitely go terrestrial, because when it does do something and it terraces around, it's land based, you know. So you know, that's one type of scary. When you got something that jumps out and then runs up the wall and across the ceiling, that's a different type of scary, you know. So it's you know. So
get yourself a pokey.
So I sort of I would consider, if you got something like an LP, and you want something else that's fast growing, you could look at the geniculatas. That's a nice spider. You get a nice show spider into that. But then if you're very calm with your LP, even when it's having a bit of a fit, then and you fancy something arboreal, then the Armenia or a Cambridgei or an Avic, you know, they're all good ones to go to. You just but that step from terrestrial to arboreal can be quite a jump if you're a little bit on the nervous side.
Yes.
Because you've now got something that can move on all things, and all you can do is run on the floor.
All you can do is this.
Yeah. Everyone is standing on a chair. You're closer to it when it's hanging off the ceiling.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, absolutely. So that's the difference, isn't it? If your arboreal goes missing, keep looking up. It'll be up there somewhere. Eventually,
I don't know. You know,
so.
my hattie got out, and that went down.
Yeah.
We found it in corner of living room behind the sofa.
It's one of them ones, isn't it, where you're deep into that film and you just reach out to pick that beer up.
Excellent. So, right then. Well, I guess we should think about maybe drawing things to a close. I don't know. Time has gone so fast, man. It's been so. I'll tell you what, Dave. This has turned into so much more than I thought it was going to do. I'll be honest, mate. When you turned up and you were in the chat, I was thinking he's not going to come on. He's not going to come on. And then you asked if you could come on. I wasn't going to ask you out in public because I didn't want to badger you into it in public. Not like them lot over at Scott's, man, who like badgered you into the show, man. You're not gonna get none of that round here, mate. I wasn't gonna force you into it, but you decided you wanted to come on board, and for that I am very, very grateful. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dave. Thank you.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I really do enjoy it. It's nice chatting with people, and I do like a good chin wagon. It's nice to have a good bit of a discussion about stuff as well. See what people's different views and things, and like we said before, we're all learning all the time. So, the only thing I've learned really out of this whole evening is I should have kept my mouth shut in the beginning because I've done absolutely nothing all evening. I was supposed to be sort of relaxing a little bit, but it's not. It never goes to plan, does it?
It never does. It really doesn't.
Play your cards right, Mitch.
You what? Sorry.
Play your cards right.
Yeah, Dave. What do you? I hope you've subscribed to my channel, David.
I have done.
If you look back a few videos, there's I've started doing this price. You remember Price is Right? I'm sure you're a certain vintage.
Yeah.
Remember Bruce's Price is Right, man. I'm doing this Price is Right, man. Go back a few videos. There's a Price is Right episode. It's the first one I've done. I'm planning on doing a few more. I'm planning on doing more. Things have been set back a bit because we've had COVID in the house for the last couple of weeks. But I'm back on track now. I'm going to start doing Price is Right. I'm getting people on. Do you fancy having a play at Price is Right? You and Mrs. Cameraman, camera lady, come on board. Play.
You won't get her on film.
Right, I'll tell you what then.
She won't do that.
She's behind the camera and that's it.
Yeah,
that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
But I'm sure if you want to come on board, man, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to pester you too much live on air, but I will extend my invite to you and you can pick a partner because we like to do it in couples, obviously, for obvious reasons. You remember the show, so it's better when they're in shows. But honestly, it's a lot of fun. It's just a bit of fun. I get right into character, do the whole catchphrases and everything, man. So I'm not too fussed about making a total fool of myself. I'm down for that, man. So, but it's a lot of fun, man. I'll be asking for contestants. I'm planning on doing the next one on next Saturday, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and have a look. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Have a look, man. If you think you might fancy it, let me know, and
it's a good laugh.
Yeah.
It's a good laugh, man. It's a good laugh. So
sounds cool. Sounds cool.
Yeah, I'll tell you on another point. Something you touched on a minute ago. It's nice to have a chin wag and everything. I'll tell you what I have really enjoyed, and because I'm traditionally the mantis guy, and I've been for like well over 10 years or so. It's been nice for me because I've only really been keeping tarantulas seriously for about 3 years now. So, obviously I'm still very much a novice, but I really enjoy speaking to people like Gav, people like you, people who have been and people who are like me, but in tarantulas, breeders who have been breeding seriously, a lot of species seriously for a lot of years, So I've enjoyed my perspective versus your perspective, coming from a different background. I've bred thousands and thousands of mantids over the years. You've bred thousands and thousands of spiders over the years. It's just been nice to come together with a same same
Yeah,
mindset, but
yeah,
coming from a different place. But you come together, but we've still touched on many ideas and concepts where we've completely agreed about the way to approach
mm,
the way that we do our breeding and stuff. And I've come from breeding a completely different insect. Obviously, an insect. Yours is a spider, obviously. But we've met in the middle and we've agreed on so much about how we approach breeding, keeping, and just generally just being able to keep so many different individuals under
yeah.
one roof. So I've really enjoyed that.
No, it's been really cool. I mean, you realise that there's a lot of similarities, and then you also realise that the bottom line to an awful lot of it is just a little bit of common sense. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
and literally looking at what's in front of you and working out, you know, the little nitty gritty bits, and like we
yeah,
say, finding out the keys to things because
yeah,
you you weren't born being knowledgeable with mantids. You've had to learn,
yeah,
and you've done every different species you produce. You learn something a little bit different,
yeah,
and then so it makes the harder ones easier, because you have more to fall back on, and it's all there. And I don't know if you sounds like you feel the same as me. You enjoy passing that on, and it's nice to sort of
absolutely.
share it all because
Absolutely.
there's so many people out there that they don't want to share anything, and they're sort of like, well, I have to find out the hard way, so can you? And
Yeah.
really,
Yeah,
it's
it don't work like
No.
that, does it?
it's about the real
It's a
the real
weird way of looking at things, isn't it?
yeah, the real art and the joy of what we do is actually learning, and getting
Yeah.
better in ourselves all the time, and then
Yeah.
passing it on to other people. If you can share a bit of information that makes someone else new succeed, then you've achieved something. You've done a good thing, and
Yeah.
I think that's the way forward. And I think the more people that are free and easy with their information. I mean, I don't hold nothing back. If you ask me a question, I'll give you an answer.
Yeah.
It might not necessarily be the one you're looking for, but
Nonetheless.
yeah, I will give you an honest opinion,
Yeah.
and try and do it like that. And I
And I
think that's
think
the way forward.
that's why I'm really starting to like the live streams, because a lot of people there's nothing wrong with a well polished video. That's great. If you want to go on YouTube and see a very well edited, well informed video, that's great. But there's something about a live stream where you can get somebody on and you can just shoot the breeze with people, and you're gonna get to really, really see people for who they are. People can connect. People are looking for that reality these days. People are looking for the real person behind the camera, and seeing a video, you don't always see the real person. I'm not saying you never see the real person, because obviously I think that's what makes your videos as good as they are, and I think that's why they're often as popular as they are, because you seem to have this ability to come across exactly the way you are, even in a video. Whereas a lot of people come across, it's a little bit too well polished, or it's a little bit too well edited, whereas people really want to feel connected to that person. And I think with a live stream like tonight, a lot of people are saying they've enjoyed it. There's been a lot of things that they can take away from it. There's been a lot of insights, but they've got it raw. They've got it firsthand. They've got it straight from the horse's mouth. There's been no like, oh, that didn't sound too well. I better say that again, and I'll re-edit the video. You know what I mean? There's none of that. It's warts and all. It's raw. It's straight out of your head, you know, and that's what people really connect to, I think. And I think that's why I'm going to do a lot more of this sort of thing. I'm really getting into the lives now. I really enjoy the interactions. I enjoy bringing people with us, you know, on that journey, you know, like people
Yeah.
out in the chat, you know, they can come on board, they can connect with us, they can talk to us, and you know, you can give something truly, and it's from the heart, you know, it's right there.
I
It's
think I think the key to going forward with the live streams is probably, because I know when I've just listened in on live streams and done things, sometimes it feels like you're looking in on someone else's conversation, you know.
yeah,
And I think it's probably important, but it's very difficult to actually keep up with the live like the chat and and keeping them people, because the problem is you can get one person, like for argument's sake, you know, we talked about humidity. You get one person ask a question about humidity, so you talk about humidity for the next half hour, and then you know, so like the chat is sort of like they you know, they probably get bored or whatever. Some get involved, others get tired, you know, and then someone else is sitting there going, "Why don't they answer my question? I keep asking this bloody question. They're not listening."
yeah,
It's really difficult to get that interaction.
yeah, it is.
Where you keep everybody happy.
Yeah.
But I think it's a great thing. I think I really enjoy the live streams. I think it's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the plan really. I mean, this actually was very impromptu. This evolved just by me and you chatting this afternoon. Really, it
Yeah. What spiders was it you got?
Exactly. I mean, this has been quite an epic kind of live stream for me. I don't normally do 4.5 hour live streams, but it's been quite impromptu. So it's not been very well. It's not been structured in the way that I might have done. You know, like if I decided one of the ideas I've got is to do more. Maybe once a month, I'm going to do a live stream where I get somebody such as yourself. Hint, hint, hint. We do this again. But I make it a thing. I make it a thing where it's like an interview. It's like a spotlight. It's on a, you know, it's nothing serious. It's a light-hearted interview, but it's a bit more focused, you know. And I could get like Gav, who could be like he's my right-hand man. He could keep an eye on the chat. And what I could do is, I could like have a little timer instead of my Unseen Universe logo. You can have like a little timer, and you could have like a 5-minute timer for every question, and you could questions.
That's actually a really good idea.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen live streams where other people are doing this. Not around the exotic world. I'm looking around at live streams, people who do it for a living, professional live streamers, and seeing how they do the things. And one of the things that they do, I really want to start doing like Q&As, like a 1 hour session, Q&A, 5 minutes per question, put a little timer, get somebody on, they can ask me a question, 5 minutes starts, that's my time limit to answer that question, you know, whatever. Yeah. Not too much pressure, but, you know, just to try and help.
Keeps that fluidity, doesn't it?
Yeah, so you don't end up talking about humidity for like 45 minutes, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So you get, and the good thing about that is you get more people in the chat. They get their questions answered. You know, there's more focus on answering people's questions rather than us just shooting the breeze, talking about whatever we want for however long we want. So even though I really love this laid back, we'll just talk about whatever we want because it's my live stream, so we'll talk about whatever we want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I do want to, in the future, start doing more focused, like, interviews, so to speak, you know, with Q&As and really nail that down. So there you go, David. It's an unofficial request for a future show. Yeah. I'm sure you'll be up for that, man.
I actually think that would be a brilliant idea. And I personally, I think that's the way live streams should go. Yeah. Because I feel that it's important that the people that are in the chat, they've given their time to listen in and do whatever. So it's important that they get some kind of interaction and feel a part of it rather than being a viewer who's just watching a video on YouTube.
Yeah. Or like you said, they've asked a question 4 times and they're just getting ignored because we're too busy. We're too busy talking about bloody bottle caps.
Yeah.
and selling soil and doing leaves. One of my when I decided I was going to set up my permanent live stream table, so now I can just come and do live streams. I've got all my cameras are permanent fixtures now, which is something I never had before. So I can just start doing the lives, but I really want to start doing one of the other things I fancy doing as well. I'm giving away all my ideas now, but one of the other things I wanted to do was start doing like paper reviews as well. Like publications. Go really in depth. Talk about publications. Do like a little PowerPoint. Maybe get someone on who's like maybe even the author, of the paper or whatever. Get them on. Read a paper, talk about the journal review, talk about the results, what it means for the hobby, what it means for the thing, and just do some of that sort of thing as well. I'd quite like to, because there's a hell of a lot of really, really good, relevant scientific information out there, but it's all in peer-reviewed language, which is almost most average Joe, they don't have the vocabulary to understand and read a paper, peer-reviewed paper, you know what I mean? So they might be able to get their heads around like the introduction, where it's very generic and very basic, but the methods and the results and the conclusions and the overall message can be quite lost on a lot of people, I think. Just because, and that's why people don't read them, because they can't, they just don't have the language to be able to understand. And because I've got that academic background, I'm used to pulling apart paper reviews and talking about them in a slightly more layman's terms. You know what I mean? I thought that'd be quite a cool thing to do as well. I thought it'd be good to try and just talk to people about peer-reviewed stuff that they probably are completely oblivious about. So I thought that could be quite a good thing to do as well.
I think anything that's goes away from sort of like the norm, and creates a thing. And I think it's also good if you say you set yourself for like an hour.
Yeah. Because
it's it's a good time span, so you can hit a lot of things in an hour. Yeah. And if you have a timed response, as it were,
exactly. Yeah.
I think that's really, really good, because it's like a lot of things. If it's structured, it will work well.
Yeah. So it's definitely something I want to do. I just like try and like interview not just YouTubers but other breeders. Other people of influence around the exotic community. Explore a wider range of inverts. Spiders, scorpions. And other things as well. Not just inverts. And all kinds of things.
Do you know what would be nice? It would be good to get some of these vendors to come on.
Yeah.
Get Lee from the Spider Shop, Rad from Creature from the North. Just do an hour of question and answers, because I should imagine there's loads of people who'd love to know some of the ins and outs that they could share.
Yeah, that's the plan, man. That's the plan. I'm hoping because I know a lot of these guys from for a lot of years now. I'm hoping they'll be a little bit receptive to coming on and having a chat. So it's like you say. I think a lot of people buy a hell of a lot of inverts from all these vendors like Lee, Rad, dare I say it myself, and a lot of other people, Andy from So Many Legs, There's a lot of faces behind a lot of these like big retailers and breeders and sellers, but they don't necessarily, unless you're friends with them, and you chat to them on Facebook and stuff. But most people, I would say like 90% of the customers, they don't know these people at all. They don't interact with them on Facebook. They don't interact with them on Twitter or wherever, so. And then that's why I was saying, when they go to the shows and they meet them, they're really excited because they've been buying from Andy from So Many Legs for like 5 years, but they've never met him and they've never spoken to him.
Yeah.
Apart from asking where the bloody hell's my order, that sort of thing.
You often find though, don't you, that you know, all of these people, they're all dead friendly people.
They are.
Yeah.
They're really great people, and also what they've all got in common is generally they've usually all got a lot of time to talk to people at the shows, which is something you learn very quickly when you go to the shows and you talk to people. You know, you'll. I mean, my mouth. I am completely hoarse by the end of the show, the day. I can barely speak because you basically it's like motor mouth the whole day. All you're doing so be prepared, Dave. If you're going to do the show, be prepared to speak all day long. Honestly, you get no time for lunch. You get no time for anything. You are just answering questions and chatting to people all day long. And you know what? It's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely
I want a good now. We're all
right. So there you go. Right then, Dave. I think we better wrap it up, mate.
Yep.
It's 20-1.
It's way past my bedtime.
I know. So, it just leaves me to say thank you so much to Dave. Honestly, Dave's Little Beasties. I'm not going to use the L word. He's getting close to the old leg end kind of status, but we're not going to bandy that around very far. I think we all know. You know, I know. Anybody who knows anything about Dave knows that he is right up there at the very top of the pinnacle of the game. So everyone looks up to Dave, even those people who turn around to him and say, "Do you know what you're talking about?" They respect Dave. They might not. They don't admit it, Dave, but they know, man. They know. They know just like we all do. So
all right, thank you very much.
You're most welcome, Dave. You're most welcome. And you are most welcome on my streams. I'm going to be doing streams every week. I'm hoping for twice a week. You are always welcome to come and just say hello in the chat. I won't expect you to show your face every single time, obviously. But you are more than welcome to say hello in the chat anytime, my friend. I just want to say thank you so much for all the slings. 47 of them. Every single one came out fit, fighting, and healthy. Every single one. Not one. 47 slings I've just had off Dave. Not one was in any kind of bad way. Every single one was fit and healthy. I am so happy. Thank you so much, my friend. Please, Dave, Little Beasties is not just an awesome YouTuber. He sells an awful lot of slings. So go and see David. Message him. He's on Facebook, Dave's Little Beasties. He's obviously on YouTube. But if you want to buy some slings, message him over at his Facebook page, Dave's Little Beasties. He will sort you out and you will have no problems whatsoever. He's always on hand to help you and is always more than happy to do so. Unless you want something really, 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 really exotic and really, really, really rare and you've never had a tarantula before, then he's going to tell you to do one. Anyway, Dave, I can't let you go. I'm just going to wait for Gav to come back because I can't let you go until you give us your little catchphrase, my friend. We can't. If you weren't here, I was going to do it, but I'm not. You're here, straight from the horse's mouth. Let's just say it. We want before Dave goes. He has to say it. Come on, Dave. Give it to us, man.
Right then. Don't forget, guys. Be calm. Be gentle. And love your spider. I'll see you soon, guys.
Woo! There you have it. Live on Unseen Universe. Dave has said it. Thank you so much, Dave.
All right.
Legend, my friend. You are amazing. Thank you so much, man.
Ta-da.
See you later, buddy. See you later, man. Take care.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's Dave. Gav, what about it?
Legend.
What can we say? I don't know what to say. I don't think we should say anything. We should just end. I should have just ended with Dave saying what he said, and then I should have just shut the whole thing down. Oh man, that turned into that was just so much better. I didn't even imagine that. I didn't imagine we were going to have a live stream for 4 hours and 40 minutes. I didn't imagine that Dave was going to be on with us for over 3 hours. I'm so excited. There's so much footage there to repurpose. I could.
Look at that. Legends in the house here. Rocky Mountain Spider Freaks.
Oh, yeah, they're your friends, aren't they?
They're everybody's friends.
Woo! They've just missed Dave. Hi, guys. You've just missed Dave. He's gone. Right then.
Right.
What shall we do?
End.
I think we should just end.
I
I want to see how long this stream can go on for. Right, I'm going to go. I'm going to let you go, dude. I'm going to let you go. Gav, I'm going to say goodbye. Thanks again, dude. Thanks to Steph in the background. Thanks to Steph in the background. I'm going to go. I'm going to get rid of you, Gav. So thanks so much, dude. Chance,
no worries.
And, I'll speak to you tomorrow. See you later.
No worries.
Right then. It's late. It's been an absolutely epic live stream. Rocky Mountain Spider Freaks, how you doing, guys? Thank you so much for tuning in. Honestly, you've missed everything. We've had Dave on. So if you are just tuning in, it's really late. Why aren't you in bed? It's very late. I'm going to have to go any minute. I hope you had a really good time. Honestly, it's been the best live stream ever. We've had Dave, the legend that is Dave from Dave's Little Beasties. Dave's been on for a few hours. We've been talking codshite. We've been talking tarantulas. We've been talking mantis. We've been talking humidity. We've been talking feeding, substrates, bottle caps. We've been talking about everything. It's been absolutely fantastic. So thank you. I just want to say thank you so much to Dave. Again, thank you, my friend. You've been absolutely amazing. I really, really appreciate you hanging around, coming on, hanging around for all that amount of time. Thank you so much. I really didn't expect it over at my little channel. Thanks, Dave. You're an absolute legend, mate. I'll be in touch very, very soon. I want to thank Gav, and Steph. Thanks for hanging around. Gav's been with me the whole time. Thank you so much, Gav. Honestly, it means a lot to me that you were helping me out and keep in charge of the chat and everything. And finally, thank you so much to everybody who's in the chat. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in, who's been tuned in, who's watched the whole way through. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've had some gems of information and tidbits of care and help and all sorts of things from Dave. Honestly, if you're just tuning in or you've not seen earlier, go back. There's loads of footage. There's a little bit of macro footage. There's information about the avicularia, Kylobrachys, and Formingulocus, Sabah blues. It's all been happening. It's gone on far too long. I'm waffling. I need to go. It's 1:45. I'm really tired. I'm going to go. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. I just need to get rid of that. Hang on a minute. Rocky Mountain, thank you for the sub. Thank you. I'll look forward to you tuning in future episodes. There's going to be lots more streaming to come, guys. Lots and lots more streaming to come. So please do come along. Go back, comment in the comments when you get. Please do me a favor, like the video. Go back into the comments in the video in YouTube. Make a few comments. Talk about maybe next time we have Dave on. We could ask some questions, talk about just, have a chat about what you might want to talk about with Dave next time, or who other guests you might want me to get on. Mention it in the comments. I'll take it all on board and we'll see what we can do. Right, I'm going to go. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Again, I am off. I am just going to leave you with one last thing. This.